Vegi da nadi hona. Dosin adi nilfado. Ke hon shmana hasman. Ke hon jona isitra hon. Vegi hon so la kwe hitrai honidlo. Ina da di nhodo. Ina da shnodo. Yazın şlahon yetsün şlahon. Dağnasın hona. Adanak şişici be şahnasın şlahon. Doğru ne nizana dolle hona. Hon ben hana så spage ihe zudai hon. Hun zata o aşon şantin ben genatın şlada benda. Moyat ego hon regon juno. Da hot. Adonan hon çiyat egi hon. Ede hon. Adonan hon. Beda ina tådat hon. Tådat hon. Så ut hon beda ina hon. Ada hon. Den jej lång hon. Alltså nada skilja hon. Annaha hon. فجأنا هالجشة بعنا هالجش لهون بيصل دحيت بيصل بكيت هالجنة هذا أنا هون Resources and Development Committee هون كنا شنا نيلنا هون ديتش هون هذا هون جنا قوي هون إيش ده ديلنا هون جنا قوي هون بيصل اللي عشان هذا بينادي هون شقي جنا بكي هنا هديل نيشون جنا قوي هون Taiben liga hon. Tariat egi hon. Msakes hon. Ginfekes gedad don hon. Nada bil shona ditche hon. Sligina no sheni hodai hon. Nihitre hon. Naini kati benibi hon. Adonan hon. Nihita hon shodo le hon. Hon shenat lenigi hon. Resources and Development Committee. Adonan hon his staff the hon. Hegat it ahai. Hon. Dietrich لهم الصوت ولا أدون قال شنو يتوكل هنا لكذا خبص لهم الصوت ولا ديتش. أدون قال خد عيني شو executive branch, judicial branch, legislative branch. هذا ده هون. Navajo Nation employees اللي هون. Until the state أنا هذا خليجي هون. Navajo Nation president, Navajo Nation vice president. أدون ده judicial branch. أجا chief justice. أدون ده هون legislative branch. شتا يجا هون speaker payment. هون الخبان دال نسجي دوشة دوت داغو هون الخبان chapter نهاد آج هون 110 chapters آج دا إن نيشل دو هون يا الخبان خبص لهم الشون دول لسه شيء دا تلشن يسلم دال نسجي هون إيدا هون خبص لهم الشون دول هون هذا هون قاش شنو قلت يكون أي هذا كده ولا هون هذا الصحاب شيء هون دا هو دا قلت هذا خاشين إيشين هون ده عشان غير قلت قلت نادا كاو لأن أنا شو نادي لهون قبل لهون صورة لسه خاشين قلت إيش إيج هون هذا هون دي ناسني ده هون بنادا هن هون وبهدش نيجو هون لأن أنا إيش إيدو لسه خاشين هذا نانا هون استويدو فانين لنجي إيدا هون دهال تخاج هون قبل لهون صورة ولا هون وبهدش نيجو دول هون هون بسيط زهيجي هون إيدا هون آيسي هون دام قبل لهون صورة هون أسلام باهن لهون إجوا هون خطبة إجوا خطبة هذا هون بتخاي هون يدلوني هون هون ديجنش جاي أهون الدهال هون إيه أسلام قبل لهون صورة ولا هون تون كده هدش نيجو دول هون نجناس ما ديني كات ولا هون هذا نانا هون كيف لاست فود كيف اللاود هون هون كيول كاب هون مش لاست ديني كات ولا قبل لهون صورة ولا هون نخبر هذا حسيان كيف اللاوند لنجي هذا كيف اللاست فود لنجي إيه نخبر بعد حسيان هون فود خيجن هالنون قاعدين نص هون زي هون أخون شنده أو أبي هون نيجي نصب هون فاد تفضل بيشتي بيحسيد ولا شيء بنبي هون كيك إيدن لزال إيدن تحال تخني ده هون فود خبر لهم الشنطة ولا هون هون شنده سام تفضل بيحسيد ولا شيء بنبي هون هون نتفهم لنجي ده هون لنجي هون هذا ده ليش هون أرونا هون det hon där så kissa så hon det var hon där dock lite hon alltså så jag har det en lite så hon one as from the way and I the this the one or this is one said in Lenny because one of the dogs one as for one the how they come out one as for that is to the less one the test get me from the hot dog from and clean all less one I don't know one yeah take all less one saying begin cleaning one yes I'm a son of the teach one which but that's what the dollar sleep in the one as for the each of dollars at be the one who's on a clean dollars who's on a clean who's on a clean who's on a clean who's on a clean take the chair.
Thank you very much. And Sagon Hutsudan, Senegi, Honorable Daniels, Ahotari Hasse, Nana Kro. Number 2 on the agenda, we have introductions. We'll start with RDC, Honorable Vice Chair Walker.
Yes, Chairman, committee members, our staff, presenters for today's meeting, and then the listening audience that we have. Thomas Walker, additionally, Kodida. Nana Banashagi Cameron Coal Mine Loop, Kilani Lake City Twit chapters out here in Western Agency. Ede Hoteko, Ado Yat Ikidini do Listo, Kehibeda Ego. Ado Nansenigi Ashin here. Be Petron Bashishin, Twatsomi, Cheda, Edo Sadish is international. Eko, Ado Che, Honorable Daniels. Zimbahinsigi in Trago Kehesto. Echo. We have a good day ahead of us, and this week Nana. I don't think that Ahota or Yat Eho and see Kisto had a needle than Zilo. I could echo. The Shin Dal down the home, sit that he do. He thought the course Shin Dal down the Maybe the high need of the law to Mr. Hotel Nego to Hot Ego they don't see kiss in the echo again. So there's an quite a echo catch. Hotel, thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Honorable Stewart.
Good morning, Shania, Chair. Menez, Aaron, the Vice Chairman Walker. Aro Shania, Do Shamayajaka, Aro Isnot Agi, Aro divisions of EPA, Aro the Dakon Community Development that is not Agi this morning. Staff the Aro on he not here with me today. He got a JFK. I need today, J. Wilson C. Stewart Jr. H. Yeah. Do Twitzo ni H. Nanish as catching a bus chin, catching the Che W. Point that Nala. Arabat had a chagi a south so the back and sheet once the on the jid without being chaos a but had a shot out of 45 agency as a representative for Resource Development Committee. Consortium.
Thank you. Honorable Daniels.
Thank you, Chair. Kudo Nana. Aro in the Kudo Shadetzi Kudo Herman Daniels Jr. ACG. I don't know, Slingy, but I mean, I do the question get I hit the snow, the desk is in the one sun has listened. Foot for it, I've get I hit the snow. Look at the matter. I don't know, the Shazegi Kitchini, the sun this shiny last shader. But not Jim died the Shazay. I don't know, the Shazegi to hear Lini do not hate the matter, either should say. I don't know, the Shanalagi has got blow. What I ate and then slink on the great setting to sky. Or great hood at the Holly. I don't use the Nasha, the great San County, Utah. I know you say, I know a Nasha. I don't know, Kodo. Banash, Nashigaya, not of on, or jet ho. Can't ho, I don't that lapik. If I Banash, Nashkodo, that is a down middle letter. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, Honorable Daniels. Honorable Freeland.
Chairman, good morning.
Sorry, I missed roll call. I had a bad signal on my work phone, so I had to switch to my personal phone. Good morning from Lake Valley, El Caire. I'm up here this morning, and I have bad service, so hey, I'll be on the call off and on. She Mark Freeland is here. To Sunigi Tutsoni is no look here. Ani Asia. Sanja Canada should say. I don't turn up as an edition. I'll these also carries and I shall eight chapters. How long at Crown Point? Don't know how this keys say I Vicente, White Rock, Lake Valley, Herfano, and Nayaza. Thank you, brother, for that prayer this morning, and to my colleagues, chairman, all those listening. Look forward to our discussions this morning on the budget process. So did see the agenda this morning that's posted for Wednesday's meeting. So thank you, one and all. Let's have a great meeting. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Honorable Keelan Begay.
Chairman, good morning. Ado RDC member, Ado Anato, Skay Doshitnan, Slinigi Dyson Sanki. Kudos Deja, Honavan hit national key Ani Dashaja, Ani Dashache, Ado Dishini, Dashanal, Ashla or Atlanta Atle, but had the Shahaki aids, Jetes, Ado Besto Legendishki, Tachi, Telana, Secretaries, Nazlan, Dagahalan, and I could on each Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. She recognizes in she Hamatlan or Zay Hutchin, but she's chain San Habit and that she shade okay on it. Chanel has Congo chapters going on Nishige, Hogback, San Juan, and Zara for Fruin, Burnham, and Newcomb. Welcome, everybody. RDC staff, Ms. Begay.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the Resource Development Committee, and also the people that are on the call with us this morning. Yeah, also I would like to extend appreciation to RDC members for all 6 of you to always be on the roll call for our meeting by Hinson, because that makes our job easier and able to move matters forward quickly. Otto Shiaj, Herman Daniels, thank you for the beautiful prayer. By Hinson, by Hinson, this is Hashin so Eya, behind Nona Stado Lito Nani Credo Lito Cam. Ado Shea Shami Begay Resource Development Committee Advisor and Shlon Lashna Credo by Hinson Bikindashna Show. Lane G down, Sawmill, Arizona, Dango Enasha. Mr. Chair, back to you.
Thank you, Ms. Begay. Ms. Woody?
Yat Epene Chair, Ado RDC members, the Noflinin Hidoan, Yat Eshalchen, but Yat in Dini Dole this morning. She Teresa Woody and she had all Tapahan Shot the Bettish in a Bashin, Anna Edish Cherot and a Geneda Chanel, and Lehuye go in a shop for legislative assistant in Shleko. Good morning. Oh, yeah, that's the seat, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Woody. Ms. Khan?
Good morning. Yad Ed Anatso, J. Mariana Khan, Ashajine. Donna in the Slinigi A Toy gleaning the slim, but Ani Bash's chain, Dash Che Dasha Che, Sanjikin, Dashanella, Aquat Hour, Sun Islam. Good morning, one and all. I am from the Taylor Wheatfields area and very happy to be with you this morning. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Khan. Mr. Tahi?
Good morning, Chair, members of RDC. This is Rodney Tahi. I'm Kia'ani and Senja Kine. I'm originally from Steamboat, Arizona. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you. Yaha. ONB, are you on the line, Ms. Sam or Ms. Jim?
Good morning, Chair, committee members. My name is Lisa Jim. I'm on the line, Lisa Jim with OMB. I'm on the line to do the EPA report. Mr. Chair?
Thanks very much, Ms. Jim, for being on the line. Anybody else on the call that would like to introduce themselves?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. This is Ancita Larger with OMB. We'll be assisting Lisa Jim with the EPA report.
Could you repeat your name again, please?
Ancita Largo.
Thank you very much, Ms. Largo. Anybody else?
James Sadakai from Community Development Division. Good morning.
Good morning. Anybody else? None? We'll move down to having the report, the rules of order. Ms. Gay, could you read the hearing schedule for today, please?
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, RDC budget hearing Monday, August 9th, 2021. It's a continuation of our budget hearing from last week. Presiding is Ricky Nash, chairperson, Thomas Walker Jr., vice chairperson. One, call hearing to order, roll call, invocation, announcement. Two, introduction, recognize guest visiting official. We will start with EPA, Navajo Environmental Protection Agency. A, presentation from OMB. B, budget overview and statement. C, budget presentation. D, discussion and recommendation of unmet needs, COA, legislative concern. F, Division of Community Development. A, presentation from OMB. B, budget overview statement. C, budget presentation. D, discussion recommendation of unmet needs, COA, legislative concern. Mr. Chair, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Gay. Mr. Tahi, could you read the budget hearing rules?
Chair, as a member of the committee, the rules of order for conducting public hearing. 1, the chairperson of the Resources Committee shall preside over the hearings and maintain decorum and order. The vice chairperson of the Resource Committee shall preside in the absence of the chairperson. The committee may select a pro tempore chairperson in the absence of both the committee chairperson and the vice chairperson. 2, all members of the committee shall be allowed to ask questions of the presenter. 3, formal rules of evidence and procedure shall not apply to the budget hearing. The chairperson may exclude evidence that is irrelevant, immaterial, or unduly repetitious. 4, the Office of Management and Budget personnel shall read into the record the funding summaries of the divisions, departments, and programs prior to commencement presentations by the presenter. 5, all presenters shall be sworn and present testimony under oath. 6, presenters shall be given a maximum of 20 minutes or less for oral presentation, or may be extended by the committee member. 7, in addition to oral testimony, presenters shall be allowed to submit written testimony, including any other documents and materials in support of their testimony. The presenter shall identify such materials and documents for the record. 8, testimony shall be prudent to the issues identified by the committee. Testimonies shall not include materials that are currently in litigation or in the grievance process, except as they relate to the financial impact for the budget hearings. 9, recommendations shall be rendered by the committee in accordance with the fiscal year budget manual for budget hearing and within no later than 30 calendar days after the conclusion of the budget hearing. 10, all hearings shall be open to the public except when the committee determines that issues and subjects presented to the committee are sensitive and confidential in nature, at which time the committee may convene into an executive session. Chair, that is the rules of order for conducting public hearings. Back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi. Now we'll go to OMB to present the performance summary reports. Ms. Jim?
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you, Chair. I'm unmuted now. Good morning, everyone. Again, my name is Lisa Jim. I'll be covering EPA for Nanette Francisco. We are all on different committee meetings right now. So, do you have a copy of the OMB report that was sent out? That's the report I'll be reading from.
Lisa, they were all sent out this morning to
Okay.
all the team.
Okay, I'll be reading that report today. The Resources and Development Committee FY22 Budget Hearings, Navajo Environmental Protection Agency, Navajo Nation OMB report. Next page is the table of contents. I'll be going through each one of these. Exhibit A, FY22 Fund Type Budget Summary. Part B, FY21 Third Quarter Budget Expenditure Report. Part C, FY21 Third Quarter Performance Assessment Report. Part D, FY21 Third Quarter Plans of Operation Status Report. Part E, FY21 Conditional Appropriation Legislative Concern Report. Part F, FY21 External Funds Expenditure Report. And Part G, FY19 Single Audit Report. There is none for EPA. Moving on to Part A, FY22 Fund Type Budget Summary. I'll be reading the bottom line. So for EPA, the FY21 approved budget for 21 was $5,155,371. For fiscal year 2022, the proposed general fund budget is $1,312,945. Indirect cost is $117,792. The GWA allocation is $31,718. External funds cash match is $401,925. Zero proprietary, zero fiduciary. Special revenue fund internal is $3,733,394. Special revenue fund external is $3,459,764. Excuse me, $3,459,764, giving you a total amount of $9,057,538. Moving on to Part B, FY21 Third Quarter Expenditure Report. You have it broken down here. The top part is the general funds. I'll read that line. The original budget was $365,024.43. Revised budget was $1,582,926.40. Actuals is $845,257.76. Encumbrance is $88,181.60. Budget available $649,487.04, giving expense total of 58.97%. For the special revenue funds, the original budget was $859,163. Revised budget is $4,589,250.17. Actual is $1,466,058.66. Encumbrances is $928,438.29. Budget available is $2,194,753.22, giving expense total of 52.81%. And Ancita can do Part C.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. This is Ancita Larger. We'll be doing Tab C, FY 2021 Third Quarter Performance Assessment Report. The Environmental Protection Agency, their assessments for the end of third quarter, 4 business unit, 111010, 511003, 511006, 511007 are all below 2.0. The average for the division is 2.08. Going on to Tab D, the third quarter plans of operations status report. EPA's report, the plan of operations are all updated. Tab E is the condition of appropriation legislative concern. They had legislative concern number 23. The only business unit that's non-compliant is 511003. That completes the MPS report. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
I did
Go ahead.
move. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. Moving on to the Part F, External Fund Expenditure Report. Okay, again, I'll be reading page 2 of 2, the bottom line, the green bar. Column J, original budget, 847,223. Column K, revised budget, 15,498,071. Column L, expenditures, 8,478,810.47. Part M, open commitments, 2,465,458.40. Column N, available balance, 4,553,802.13. 0% spent, 71. Column P, remaining balance is 29%. And that concludes OMB's report. Mr. Chair, committee members.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jim, for that. We'll have Environmental Protection Agency, Ms. Belinda Shirley, provide her presentation. You have 20 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you may proceed.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. So yeah, Tedolis to Shanat Ani for the citizen.
Miss Shirley, I'm sorry. I apologize for interrupting you, but I have one quick announcement to make. Honorable members of RDC, I believe that our revisits are going to take longer tomorrow afternoon, and therefore we probably need to continue into Wednesday. So we're going to cancel Wednesday's RDC meeting till Monday, because Thursday and Friday we have commitments, and that'll be my announcement. Thank you, Ms. Shirley. I apologize. You may proceed.
Oh, thank you. So I'll say for the prayer to this in Linigi Bahehunsen. Ado yat Bennett anotro. Nijoni Yeko ku Nihe Hanaot Anigi Bahehunsen. Shinat Ani Beshbatasa Anidanolini yat to a Yaha Quaegin Hahos Aigi. Ado Shik Enolini Quaegi. Dinne Bandel Nishigi so at yat Benin Nikidini doles. Ado ade Shik Enolini Bilkestini. The isinols aigi do kurodan hinaligi do yat eto yaha in hidini doles. She adi Belinda Shirley inishia ado touchitni denainschle. Tlizlane bashichin ado but ane dashiche do tratnestani dashanella. Shane le tentades ahadegonasha. Ado kwegi di Navajo Nation Environmental Protection Agency hut al banashnish. Ado kwegi di beso be on nishigi hashin togo dasi zoagi shi fada net doles. Ado di Navajo EPA in le 1995 year da hotel ben nahot ado ad a nadine hastana he hotel de kuishi de nekwa egin dash nisto di de nebe be has ani na lenigi hashin togo hotel ben anisto na so shi hotel ben na onistole. Ado di kwegi Navajo EPA di de nebe be has anin linigi ben anish enforcement beditne. Ado di de nebe be resources hashin togo di twin linigi kayan linigi ado kwegi nilchidan linigi hut au big edest do hashin togo be big be big edest kwegi environmental protection dabeditne. Ado di ku shik ein lini esto had ida da be atida don niligi do kwegi osta oyu bich hot out ndale nish di environmental protection ado human health beditne. ado hashin togo alto natin tiningi alto Nheholno do hut alkan kun chapters dan linigi hut albakatan deja ako AD technical assistance dabadina. Ako di based on linigi general funds, indirect costs, general wage adjustment allocation, ado cash match gida hut nihil ani ashana alyado ko igi hut bendilnish. Out of the 80% lay to be halit out janina percentage in Navajo. It's 80% is te be dot is what out beso no dahigi 80% a what out the special revenue but the ninigi don lay federal funds grants and linigi a what out nije beso what out ndesnish. Ako di kwa egi beso na linigi a halit au hash adil nilo halit au di lahot au da di nilo shnigo ado kwa egi sha leadership team na linigi bonded on edit au budgetigi hash adelia. Ako di nahat upland bidit ninigi leishanat ani President Nasdo Vice President Lizer binahat haigi alto hashin togo bisala. Adon ni hit alto shinat ani danohlini besh batas ani danohlini alto hashin togo kwa igi ni hit at dil ahigi ben hich yadaltio ahot alto di beso gindasito ni hinahat aigi bisala alto. Ado belache kwa igi shik ein lini hashin togo alto bedat dil ahigi ade ni hich complaints ade inigi benache ahot alto beso gindasito. Akoshanat Ani, I did make changes from the years before. So the years before, it seems as though the budget was kind of allocated the same way. But this year, for Navajo EPA administration e kwaigi shinash do kwaigi nakigo sani shana kwaigi shika nahin cheho without admin igi nihyaholo. The administration last year they had 322,000 hotel ben anishinde adok adigi kwaigi beso gi 211,000 go hotel general fund igi proposed budget delia ako di kwaigi beso I had to abolish a position and reduce some of my costs. And the reason why I did that is so that some of that money could go to the Resource Conservation Recovery Program. Ade ahuije di kwaikit ilzegi benhije shikain linigi kwaikin hije ndahalna ahuije hotel benhije yati eltotit ilzegi asiyego nihidat dil ako ajigo the Resource Conservation Recovery Program igi ABE what's $95,974 what's ajigo peso ni de ako AD aji peso ni de igi AD di chidida dat enigi do anas holjisho AD nanal nashigi da aji bahasht ahodet nepin ya what's adelia ado di la AD beso igi Air and Toxics Department jigo ajigo la ani de esto ako ajigi the minor source permit program igi do hade de letan de hade de leho hot yana kai ako hashin togo aji beso biche hodelia hajo yinada dol nishto hajo hade de yosh waligi binya ajgo beso bichena bichentla adelia ado di surface and groundwater protection igi 17,000 go ahut ni de di asa akoiginal nishigi at it's we have one fully funded person in there now to help with the surface and groundwater protection department. Ado hotel beson dasito ado koigi elchindigo sa bahnanite to sa lago bichen hodalian de yesi hotel adeliado lil. Ado di last year or di kwegi latnachido wishten di nalnihigi benina laadaniki inspection nigi ado adeliada. Ako e kwegi is go ba hone elto o you a kit na halon hot out here here report card a hot on haba hone ako di nihin de nishigi a inspections igi a yesi hot out at that il on nish ako here form 2s and linigi da a hashin togo 5 inspections or 10 inspections per quarter go da hut on dailnish ako so inspections dail ego a o you on hits a quagi kit dan nitle a hut end then lay reporting again jin ego a lay first quarter gi a asi kid ado ade hol just
Ms. Shirley? Ms. Shirley?
Chair, she's still on the line.
Okay, Ms. Shirley, press *6.
Shanat Ani, I lost connection. My apologies. Kunsha Despicant Sadanda, I lost connection. Echo inspection again, we're doing so much better now. And then we do plan to revise our plan of operation. Ado what ela, yeah. Did I cover everything? Yes, I did. Thank you. Yeah, ahun togashi she benije yeah and hidini doles. Ado, I think I have Miss
Ms. Shirley?
Chair, I think we're having internet problems again. She's still on the call and all of a sudden she got muted again.
Okay, Ms. Yako, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, are we having internet issues there at the office?
Everything looks okay from, I'm not sure. Connection is just kicking people call.
Okay, Ms. Shirley?
She is on the line and she's still unmuted. I tried to unmute her.
can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you. Go ahead, Ms. Shirley. And also, Ms. Shirley, also, could you also, after you present your budget, have the budget summary read into the record?
Yes, sir.
And it's over the general funding allocation for EPA's budget. Thank you.
Oh, so in conclusion, so I was just about done here. So as far as inspection goes, we are able to do a lot more inspections, and you can see some of the trend as we are getting slowly out of these COVID-19 restrictions. Our inspections have increased, so that should that is affecting our Form 2s in a positive way. Ado Balacha A, we do plan to revise our plan of operation, but right now that's still in the planning phase for us. And then with that, I will have Ms. Begay read that budget summary into the record, sir. So Ms. Begay?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, Che ya Laverne Brigade and Shia
I'm the budget person for the EPA, and I will be reading the budget from the budget book, General Fund Budget Summary, Comparative Summary. I'll be reading that. And with the first business unit, 111001, NEPA Administration. FY21 General Fund Budget, 322,833. FY proposed General Fund Budget, 211,941. We have a difference of 110,892. Business Unit 111002, Air and Toxics Department, 100,094 for FY21. FY22 proposed budget of 110,157, a difference of 9,963. Business Unit 111004, Surface and Groundwater Protection Department. FY21, 196,559. FY22 proposed budget, 214,137. A difference of 17,578. Business Unit 111010, Waste Regulatory Compliance Department. FY21, 104,175. And FY General Fund proposed budget of 104,176, a difference of $1. Business Unit 111011, Resource Conservation and Recovery Program, 246,713 for FY21. FY22 proposed budget of 342,687, a difference of 95,974. Business Unit 111014, Criminal Enforcement Department. FY21, 307,094. FY2022 proposed budget of 292,914, a difference of 14,180. Business Unit 111016, Radon Program. FY21, 35,377. Proposed budget FY22, 36,933. A difference of 1,556. And the bottom total for FY21, 1,312,945. FY22 proposed budget, 1,312,945. There is no difference. Same budget from last year. And then I'm going to go down to special revenue. The summary. Business Unit 511001, Leaking Underground Storage Trust Fund. FY21, 400,000. And FY22 proposed budget 400,000. There's no difference. Business Unit 511002, Underground Storage Tank Trust Fund. FY21, 69,029. FY22 proposed budget of 280,000, a difference of 210,971. Business Unit 511003, Underground Injection Control, FY21 300,000, FY22 300,000. There's no difference. Business Unit 511004, Air Quality Operating Permit Program, $1,080,300 in FY21, FY22 $937,390, a difference of $142,910. Business Unit 511005, Public Water System Supervision, FY21 $300,000, FY22 $300,000, no difference. Business Unit 511006, Clean Water, FY21 budget $31,084, FY22 proposed budget $16,004, a difference of $15,080. Business Unit 511007, Hazardous Substance Fund, FY21 $1,500,000, FY22 proposed budget $1,500,000, and there's no difference. That brings the total of FY21 to $3,680,413. FY22 proposed budget $3,733,394, a difference of $52,981. Going on to the matching fund comparative summary. These business unit all in one business unit, but 2 years before there was a regular general fund business unit that are attached to it. So going down the line of business unit number 118024/111003 pesticides enforcement, FY21 special revenue budget $33,982, FY22 proposed budget $30,995, a difference of $2,987. Business unit 118024/111005 public water system supervision, FY21 special revenue budget $199,667. FY proposed budget $203,667, a difference of $4,000. Business unit 118024/111006 underground injection control, FY21 proposed or budget is $25,333. FY22 proposed budget $39,758, a difference of $14,425. Business unit 118024/111009 air quality program, FY21 $12,505, FY22 proposed budget $12,505, and no difference on that one. And business unit 118024/111015 water quality NPDES, FY21 budget $61,514, FY22 special revenue proposed budget of $60,000, a difference of $10,000. Excuse me. I read the wrong number. FY21 special revenue budget $61,514. Special revenue proposed budget at 60,000, a difference of 10,000. Business unit 118024/111018, indoor radon, special revenue 21 budget 50,000, and FY22 proposed budget at 60,000, 10,000 difference. And there's a new business unit 118024 New Mexico RAID grant. There was no FY21 revenue budget, and their special revenue of 5,000 and a difference of 5,000. The total FY21 383,001. Proposed FY22 budget 401,925, a difference of 18,924. And going on to the new tab towards the end, we have an unmet needs compared to budget. Business unit number will be new if we get that approved. And minor source permit program. FY21 unmet needs budget, there's none. FY22 unmet needs proposed budget of 135,759. And that completes my report, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much for reading that. And is that all, Ms. Shirley?
Yes, sir, Chairman. That will be everything that we have to present today. To yourself and then to my RDC committee council delegates, and then Ado Balachin to my leadership team here at Navajo EPA and to my staff. So thank you.
Ms. Khan, do you have anything to add?
Yes, this is Ms. Khan, Office of Legislative Counsel. I had a question, and it's probably something that could be answered fairly easily, but when I was following along with the program budget summary, the program budget summary is identical to which is in the Exhibit A in the EPA's legislation, Exhibit A. And I was wondering if somebody could explain why in Exhibit A, there's the column FY 2021 General Fund Budget, and those numbers are all the way down filled out except for one, water quality. And then the second column is proposed general fund budget. In that column, the majority of the lines do not have numbers. And then when you it was explained about these numbers later on, there were numbers that are supposed to be in that column. Leaking underground storage, underground injection, and so forth down that column. My question is, aren't those going to be funded through the general fund or not? And I could be wrong. If they're not going to be funded through the general fund, then that's my answer of why they are not in that column. I just need a little bit of a clarification. I didn't know if there would be a need for an amendment or whether those are not from the general fund that there, I see them. I see them over here in special revenue. Okay, I've answered my own question. Thank you for letting me go through that. And I just was looking for potential amendments, Mr. Chair. I have found my answer. Thank you very much for being patient with me. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Khan. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any questions or comments? Floor is open for you. Naidos Kiddish and
Chairman Kialan.
Honorable Begay, go ahead.
Hernando Lishkudo, Ndahasolnaki from the EPA leadership. There's quite a few questions I do have on the budget. I just want to, I guess the first question would be is that those days had other shake in the midst of the administration of the current Lizer administration, there's a change of leadership. Mr. Whaley, I guess how much change do you have right now? If there was any, I don't know if the Oversight Committee had any exit report done by the previous director, Mr. Whaley. Budget because I'm beginning to hear changes of abolishing some positions, and I believe some are being transferred to different locations. Because I don't understand. I need to know what the CS stands for 1110.02. What T1 or TI stands for at 1110.04, the position. Is this are these changes, is that based on the previous director? Budget Ado dik at the polish is nahan dik at the net aquinad nishan. Is that individual being reassigned to a different area or what? So that's question one as far as an overall the continuity of the previous director's plan. Second one, Nikki A. Kodo, I sent an email or memo to the chair asking how many of your division or your program, the EPA, Kodo, how many people have accepted or planning to retire early? Are those some of the reasons why these vacancies are in place? Because I know there's 3 vacancies at 5110.02, 5110.03. In both of these accounts, it talks about the a geologist, but this account, the key is under the special funding. These vacancies, comparing to the I guess reshuffling of the staff. That's how is that being determined? Who really determined that to happen? The other one, 1110.14, criminal enforcement, it indicates 2 vacant. maybe expound more on that particular reason? Is it because of the salary? Even quite get 2 vacancy because although I believe there's one that indicate at 11, 10, 14 transfer out because EPA job the initial adon lego just like the ranger although maybe fish and wildlife that hecky they're out there making sure just like a police officer these policies that are in place they're enforcing these laws the EPA how much enforcement is being done out there because I know there was a situation that a lot of these businesses or enterprises or anybody else out there now to enforce it the net under yada halin kispeta hosi like you projects at him but that niche and a lot of them entails in on some of these chemical or hazardous to our community. There might be a spill or something of that nature. We have 2 vacancies in that position. Is it because of the salary? Then the other area that, along with the rangers, I guess this is one area that we've talked to the Law and Order Committee if they could be commissioned. They're not equipped appropriately or properly. Otherwise, there's only 3 of them. I mean, because the size of the Navajo Nation, and then with 110 communities, the general funds, there's a request in the amount of $5 million general fund, Nikki. Although you have the special revenue, because an amount of $3.7 million. Then the special revenue external, 3.4 million, so a total of 9 million. Kotoshi, beta inish. The reason why I've been asking, but though, in relations to the uranium situation on the Navajo Nation, uranium da inish aja do dit cheda dolni do hada de dolni remediations at Aliego in working with the trustee and then the Region 9 EPA at the federal government level. The reason why I've asked the change of the leadership, the Shinigi, would it be nice if the federal government assumed this whole position, dollar amount, 638 somehow we're duplicating a lot of these service. I mean, EPA Region 9 is doing the same or similar to what the Navajo Nation EPA is doing. Assume it go ajab yard and then you be done the not 638 don't add in the EPA ki adnat the snow equator bahanas elahit aj beta in Nisland and the Kwake, requesting the Region 9 to that the Navajo Nation be able to assume the whole responsibility of addressing the uranium issue on the Navajo Nation. Washington contract awarded that on the Bada Ilte or the Honahot Asian son the Ban Seske stated the Hajo Arjabenel Nishahala Dishin the Tikat. I hate to say this, but the time that you were appointed by or confirmed by the council, we really haven't been given any official update of these questions that I'm posing. Or maybe whatever was left to you, maybe provide a formal response, formal report to the committee. Inen zenit au gidat ehot adahatil de do dahatil de that's in sone ban test case so a quack gishi that's a jo history asa shiteja a koko benago di uranium hatniniki do out of the cleanup that the hatniniki, and then also as far as the policy ajabeta in Nishiki in the dishin that I see hajo kodo hajo chetanit atahala kodo the EPA the shinigit o tankit ayunan hillo bahazani ya hot ako be di zinsto be datiti an hajo ako benil an da pohne ela hot ago go be equipment dosne to that dosne that di no the kuidishi be hatasi zi na ko ake ako kete ko Congressman O'Halloran Haniyana the Tsagahot Zande, and I know that our chairman RDC was in attendance during that meeting of what we've discussed and what were discussed. Ko that egoshin kodo hajo an hilishan en pleto lil khalati kad lati den linki yego betil ado ati de ta inishiki ki khit ale kodo yego kodo dikat let so niniki khata haske dangit atindet o khata hot ado kadin hin na ta hasta khasna lanta shadik kodo thon linki besnata there's now o kada khona hot ako to the better da shin na da yo la that ego ako dit out at in the on hil hol jishin hil hol jish ako ko khala hol khala inta ya ta to neti ki bit ente tol ta I see his job in on nish ako aki ki lat ato neti ki shin in legal go kodo chepen hicheten in kodo EPA administration liniki aton khanda nishiki ade halit alet ato neti ki ta tol ta ado di kodo budget that the abahozini hlahla hui tashnile the budget or approved in ado banayo na ado ndi khajshin kodo ishin basla tata do it the base the nans and then henna da hanno da anda khona hot an hit nile tashnile ko o hot an halen dik at EPA has aj khadla do khahot halahot hey just like the Queens let oh you to get the need in hit the RDC members need liniki. We have a lot of oversight a coco and hislatan be can need jato ben he can not cha saton his ishan huinos and jo hot I did out the initial dot did up and did did up budget hit need ala to Queens and the sa quake a co a baby not to did art sato the quick na del kitiki hot ashin kudo chairman Johanna Schlicht or Lito the quick kudo ben night dish kitiki follow up because shareholder dollars, but I'll give additional I give some time to the committee members if they have questions first before you go back to me, Chairman. I appreciate the time.
Kushila, Honorable Gay, for your questions and concerns. So, Ms. Shirley, you have the floor.
Shana, I think, can you hear me? Yes.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Ado, Shana, do, isn't Chicago, do, Koigi behind the Iki do Koigi na I think Kitty Bahia Winton. Ako, let me start off with your first question about Director Whaley. So I don't know whether or not you all received an exit report, but Shea Kudi November, yeah, Mr. Whaley left, and then I came in until the beginning of the year in January. So there is some things that have changed, and there are things that we are keeping with the way that Mr. Whaley had initiated and put things in place for us. So one of the things that is changing is some of the personnel. So for instance, under the underground injection control, that position is abolished. And the reason it's abolished is the person that is occupying that position, for instance, is retiring. And we hope to reclassify that to a geologist position. So that's one of the changes. And then here with an admin, I do have a position that I am abolishing, but that position has been vacant for the last maybe 2-3 years. So that's one. And then the other position that is being looked at to abolish is under the hazardous substance account, which is the uranium portion. And we are currently abolishing the senior public information officer position. And the reason why we're doing that is to each of the remedial project managers, they are responsible for that outreach right now. And in the future, we do want to hire on additional community outreach persons, but at a as a community liaisons instead of a senior public information officer. And then one of the other questions that you had was on the shuffling. So the person that is being transferred out, the Ninigi, so the Criminal Enforcement Department and the Department of Surface and Groundwater Protection, that person was doing paperwork for both of them. So instead of doing the paperwork for both of them, this person will concentrate on just the Surface Groundwater Protection Department. So instead of dividing her time between the Criminal Enforcement Department and the public, the Groundwater and Surface Water Protection Department. So that person is going to concentrate on just that. And then we are having problems with vacancies. That is something that we all kind of look at, and we've tried reclassifying certain positions to help with it, but we are having trouble filling the geologist position. And then for the sergeant position, we only have like one applicant right now. So we're going to look at this person. And then the officer's position, that one is, I can't say why we're not getting any interest at this time. And to help with filling some of these vacancies, we've been partnering with Dr. Fowler's division, and we hope to be part of those recruitment drives that are going to take place across the Navajo Nation soon. So we're trying to help the vacancies position, but yes, the vacancies are, they're still there. We're trying different ways to help the position or help fill these positions, but it's still, it is still a problem. And I can't say whether or not it's because of the money, like it's not funded well enough, meaning like the entry pay I know is a little bit low. And maybe we have too many requirements. I couldn't say, but right now that is the situation that we're in. Again, trying to fill the vacancies as best we can. And then as far as people wanting to retire, right now we do not have anyone who's interested in retiring. So we do have just that one person that I'm talking about from the underground injection control program. That person plans to retire, but all of these others are not planning to. Right now, I don't have a list of people that are wanting to retire, just that one. And then let me see, what else did you have a question on? Let's see. And then enterprises and enforcement. So we are trying to do enforcement as much as we can, from not only using police officers, but the environmental specialists and the different supervisors and so forth. So basically all of us are trying to take on that task of doing enforcement across the Navajo Nation. So that's one that we all try to do. But as far as the police officers are concerned, it would be nice to have additional police officers. But right now, I only have one, and he's all the way out of Tuba City, but he still tries to help us as much as he can. And then the 2 vacant positions do not help us currently, but again, hoping that we get that individuals hired in those positions. And we are still responding to those different calls. So for instance, there was a spill in Kayenta that we all kind of responded to. And then we do have those complaints coming in, and we are responding currently. And sometimes we do reach out to our rangers from the Natural Resources Department to help us, but we are doing what we can to do our enforcement duties. Out of the funding and procedures in Ninigi, I again cannot say whether or not it's because of the low pay that I do not have any applicants right now, even for an officer's position. So let's see. And then I'm not sure what you mean by general funds is in the 5 million. We've been receiving general funds. Our allocation has stayed the same from the last, from what I could see from the last, it seems like 10 years, we've been getting the same allocated amount of 312,945. That hasn't changed for us. So unfortunately not 5 million. It's always been 1.3 million for the past, from what I could see, for the last 10 years. And then as far as the uranium situation is concerned, you mentioned so with that, I have here that I did request delegation. So we did reach out and wrote a letter to request delegation from Region 9. So delegation would give us those abilities the same as US EPA. So I did receive a reply back from Region 9 and turned those documents over to our Navajo Nation Department of Justice for further advisement. So it's still working, Shana, on that delegation and what you're asking for, what we're all asking for here at Navajo EPA. And we have been, let me see. And then Tronics, some of the updates that you would like specifically, for instance, on the, maybe on Claim 28 and others, Shana, happy to provide that official update, and happy to I can make myself available to report, either written report or verbal report. So and again, if I did miss anything, how would you say it? She akwa'iki shana shanta di asto balache email do kwa'iki besh behna eta be eta hosan lo. Ako ahut edoles. And then just to go back to Mr. Whaley, there are some changes that I've made as far as like budgets and whatnot are concerned. But there were a lot of things that Mr. Whaley had put in place, meaning, for instance, with the Region 9 US EPA, he had request for delegation. He stood as far as, that concern was, this is Navajo Nation, this is our jurisdiction. And we certainly keep with that tone here at Navajo EPA. So with that, Chair, those would be my remarks back to Shana, Honorable Delegate Kealan.
Thank you, Ms. Shirley. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any comments or questions for EPA? And I naidos kedishti kodo EPA budget kitnahaznagi.
Shana, I have a comment and question.
Okay, go ahead, Honorable Stewart.
Yeah, Nana Shana, Chair Aros Vice Chair Aros and I Ms. Shirley for your presentation as well this morning, and then the staff as well. Okay, the two questions I have on this budget that you presented, are there going to be any, you talked about abolishment of positions, but within that same tone, I always hear some programs too say they want to demote staff. Is that something that's going to happen in this budget? I didn't hear that. But if there is, and then what are the reasons for that? The other one is that within this same budget with the uranium, when are those going to be acted upon? Those projects on that side regarding that area. And then the other question I have is, you've been a part of our presentations and whatnot with NFPI and the chemical spills there and what we're dealing with and cleanups and whatnot. Are those projected within future plans as well to continue to help in those areas, not only for that area, but for other areas that are affected as well with chemicals and uranium and whatnot, spills and whatnot that play a major factor into our water sources? Those are the questions I have at this time. Thank you, Shana.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart. Ms. Shirley.
Thank you, Chair. Delegate Stewart. Your first question, as far as demotion is concerned, demotion is, so usually you could reclassify and offer lesser pay to help from abolishment, but from this demotion, from my understanding, is more of a disciplinary one, meaning somebody's not doing their job and they're not therefore getting demoted. But this is so I'm not currently demoting anybody, meaning that as far as disciplinary actions are concerned, not demoting anybody. But I do hear you as far as abolishment is concerned, and in order to meet some of the goals that we are looking at and having the same allocation every single year and having our general wage adjustments, we do have to unfortunately look at least one abolishment that's going to affect one person right now. And so the other abolishment, again, we looked at positions that didn't have any vacancies or were vacant right now. So those were the ones that we looked at first. And then let me see, the other question was on uranium. The projects, when will they be addressed? There are several projects that we have going currently. So there's 524 uranium mines on the Navajo Nation. And of that, 219 are funded in one way or another. And when they are funded, there is that back and forth that's happening between US EPA, Navajo EPA, the responsible parties. And right now, through the pandemic, and with the fill season getting a little bit shorter right now, a lot of the work that's happening right now is more internal. So, for instance, I know that Mr. Yazzie and his team have been looking at documents, technical documents on work plans, removal site evaluations, and looking at technical memos to provide comments to US EPA and the responsible parties. So right now, a lot of that is happening within Mr. Yazzie's shop there at Superfund. And you also know that the Brownfields program is part of Mr. Yazzie's Superfund program as well too, or is in that that Superfund program is also with that Brownsfield program. And the Brownfields program, unfortunately, I do not have any general funds to provide to the Brownfields program. I do have next year within the administrative budget, I did put aside at least some monies that I'm thinking of for a grant writer that would work on, that would help Miss Maples to work, to continue to clean up the NFPI site. So Miss Maples does have quite a lot on her plate there, and I know she's still out there right now. But the future plan right now for NFPI is to finish the abatement that they're doing with the asbestos. The second part of that is going to be the assessment that's happening, the actual assessment that Ms. Maple is overseeing. So that should take place within the first two, this year and next year, but she hopes to get it done sooner. And then the third part of that is going to be to find the money to do the cleanup. And we unfortunately have to look to grants to help us do the assessment and the grant to look at the cleanup. So unfortunately don't have general funds to provide to Miss Maples for that. I hope that helps to address the three areas that you had questions and concerns on, sir. So Chair, that would be my response to Honorable Delegate Stewart.
Thank you, Ms. Shirley. Honorable Stewart, do you have a follow-up question?
Ms. Shirley, yes, Shania, sorry. Ms. Shirley, thank you for your response. And I do understand all those areas as well. Those are just questions, that I want to throw out there to make sure, that they were being addressed. And I do appreciate your response in those areas. So thank you very much, Ms. Shirley. And if I have anything else, I will come back online. But going back on mute, Shania, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Honorable members of RDC, any other comments or questions? If not, I'll go back to Honorable Begay.
Chairman.
Chairman, Nando Likudo. Ado Kudo Hichet Ha or Ziki. I guess Stazer, you're shuffling or adjusting your staffing. But I just want to make sure you give us the assurance that I sent out a memo to Chairman Nez regarding early retirement program offered voluntarily. That's the memo that I've sent out. Down at the bottom of this memo, dated August 8th, I indicated further what assurance is from the division and programs that our Navajo sent, because the early retirement is kind of like focused at the central offices in Window Rock. So I put what assurance is from the division and programs that our Navajo Central employees are not being forced to retire to avoid the discrimination repercussion. So I think that some areas I just want to assure from the division that our staff are not being, I guess, indirectly being asked just because of their age and just because of their, I guess, ability, and that they're near the retirement, and because I don't know if the there's a statement on the flyer from the retirement offices. From the retirement office, it indicates that they must retire by the end of the fiscal year. I don't know if that's being misinterpreted by some division directors. So, I just want assurance from you, that our employees are voluntarily taking advantage of this particular offer, so which is okay. But if they're being forced somehow, one way or another, I believe that we'll have a situation in resolving those issues, and I believe that our Navajo people will probably have to follow the protocol. And this goes with the rest of the programs that I'll be posing question to. Now, going back to the 11-10-14, the criminal enforcement, you made a statement of that you didn't really didn't really know the reason. So I don't know how we can resolve that particular issue. And you know that this particular program is what is much needed out there. And then just imagine how much you identified an individual on the western part of the Navajo Nation is, I don't know if that person is now covering the whole Navajo Nation. To some extent, I would think that our program, and even us as appropriators, that okay, well, I guess I'm just thinking how much pressure or how much workload that we're putting on this one individual in that capacity. I mean, I sure like to see maybe at least one at each agency. So my request to you, Chairman, during the budget revisit, is that maybe now that the program is abolishing some of these programs, maybe shuffle to, I don't know if that could be done. I don't know if it has to go through a regular usually in the personnel. The personnel establishment, or what would be the entry level at higher level for the criminal enforcement position. One does say 51,000, and then the other one, enforcement officer, 49,000, and then another one says 40,000. Or position, salary to add for the law enforcement force specifically that's designed for each agency. And that's what I've been, and that's another area that I've been wanting to. Another reason why I'm asking for these across the board vacancies that we have. You just indicated earlier that there was a vacancy for the last 3 years. Didn't need. So if that was the case, and then there wasn't much of a barrier for the program to move forward, then maybe it's good to abolish that one, since it's not being filled. Criminal enforcement, public that these particular positions be assigned to each agency. And that's the problem that I always hear from some programs where it's everywhere. Vacancy, it's not pulled some of these administrative matter that I would say that they neglect to realize that. I mean, why leave an open space while trying to cover another one? What assurance could we? I mean, what more maybe incentive could we provide to these law enforcement officers? I mean, I think that we should equip this particular position at that level. And since chairman, RDC members need Liniki, enforce it if they're not commissioned or if they're not enforce and then the offender or what are you going to do? You're probably not going to arrest me because you're not a commissioner. I mean, what's the purpose of them calling them criminal enforcement? This goes with the Rangers as well. Recommend that I believe that we did met with the law and order committee. I mean, why can't we put these enforcement officers on Linigi at each of the programs that needs to enforce these policies and law enforcement? The key don't pull in that with the regular public safety. 638 salary or funding increase at the otherwise, the criminal enforcement, if they're not commissioned, all they're going to do is hand over the situation to a police officer, which they'll call probably. So I mean, you see, bananas eat or listen or quajigo salon, liniki or ajich, honani dot, least or quacky. I don't know what that's about. Not that dot, then out of shin that's you let that dot. So what's the purpose? Maybe they'll just write up a report on it, but what's their actual duty? I mean, la hata sito yego kodo ornito hit ada quacky. Orlin liniki basalago la ponet zando listen son addition. So that's my recommendation and my request for follow-up, Chairman. If the division could be able to redefine and see if they could be able to establish additional 5 positions, probably, I don't know, the law enforcement sergeant Bakaki, it's vacant right now with a salary of $51,000. I don't know if that's not enough salary, but I know the entry level for police officers, I believe they're at $45,000. Maybe as a 638 contract, but I like to have this be developed more at the agency level. That way, we took the central agency, central government is being targeted for reducing the staff, so we might as well beef up the agency level. That way, either we know that they're being assigned to each of the agency with these jurisdictions. koko what koko koto request a chairman with the ability, because we're just being koto on all the budget because we hadn't officially finalized it yet. So I believe that there's still the capacity to be revised. Koko 8 Ecuador, that's my direct recommendations to establish a environmental law enforcement officer at each of the 5 agencies. And I don't know, 49,000 is the entry level, would be sufficient. I don't know what will be sufficient as an entry level. Yes, the sergeant may be covering this whole 5 agency. Maybe change the plan of operation of this particular program. So I like to push and move this move forward in this recommendation. Law enforcement, environmental law enforcement department. Chairman, I'd like to get a response for then additional follow-up question.
Thank you, Honorable Begay, for your recommendations. So let me go back to Ms. Shirley.
Okay. So Nanish, Chairman, and then Shanad Kialan. So I did receive the memo that was sent just now by Ms. Begay Shami. Thank you so much. And then so lately the Department of Personnel Management has been asking us for an update, I think, to respond to you, sir, on this one. So we did provide a response to Department of Personnel Management. But from here at Navajo EPA, I know that from even my previous employment being a manager, you cannot make people retire. I know that is, in a way, asi bahachin do yashmora. So from that, from Navajo EPA, it would be wrong for us to ask or to how would you say, force individuals to retire. So we don't, Shanat Ani, we certainly wouldn't do that. And then, let me see. And then as far as as far as vacancies are concerned, my coming from a business management position from years prior to this for a school, it looks bad when you return money. So from my perspective, it's I don't want to whatever resources that you give us, I want to make sure that that we are efficient and that we are using all of these resources. So when we have vacancies, the next thought is to rethink those vacancies and then in some cases abolish. So that is certainly what we did with at least 2 of those positions there. And then as far as the Criminal Enforcement Department, we can certainly look at some of the reasons. And then if you would like, we could provide some kind of a formal or a written response to this one to, in a way, look at why we were not able to fill those vacancies, and maybe even look to see. I think I just got a text from one of my leadership team members, and one of the response was to say that the extensive background to have a officer come on board can be extensive. So one of the things that we could take a look at is, for instance, having to look at ways in which we do our background checks here, not just here, but within DPM. I just wonder now whether or not those background checks are maybe duplicated or in some way a little bit harder to go through here at Navajo Nation. And then I know that in order to provide enforcement officers for every single agency here on the Navajo Nation, looking at my budget just now, I most likely would need another 141,000. The current budget for this is 141,000, but to bring on 3 additional officers and to provide them and equip them, we would have to double our budget in that area to meet the needs that we're talking about here. And then again, we can certainly look at some of the vacancies and then write some kind of a formal response is what we're seeing. And I can't help the how would you say the entry level is a little low, and that's just my personal opinion. And I know that DPM looks at entry level enforcement officers, that's established, or those positions are established by DPM. And I'm sure they take into consideration various factors. And so they are hard to fill position. And then I also have to assume how much of an extensive background investigation kind of inhibits those hirings too. So with that, that would be my reply back to you, sir. And then again, if I have missed anything or if I am not clear in any way, please let me know. And happy to carry on this conversation either here or through a phone call or through email or something else as well too. So that would be my reply, Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Shirley. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any other questions or comments?
Chairman.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Chairman and committee members. Although staff, then Office of Legislative Counsel, Speaker's Office, other presenters though from EPA, Shateja, and the OMB though for the earlier presentation. Not necessarily a question. It could be a question, but more or less a comment on the this year's budget or upcoming year's budget. Although every year, of course, we go through this budget hearing, although budget discussions, although deliberations and votes and voting and getting the budget, operating budget for Navajo Nation General Fund budget into law. So this is one area where RDC gets a chance to focus in on what's coming down as far as budgets concerned. Although taking a look at previous year's budget, so I guess we can do that anytime and all the time. So as an oversight committee, but this is a day to primarily focus on this upcoming year's budget. I guess as legislators, although as an oversight, this ain't non stro peso yard a quag. Although up so the navigate this in the net cat in hit in the either although he kayato. Although had to sing he kayapaka will loniki to a big this in a quag a big national year either. And then what recently was issues or challenges as well as accomplishments. Oversight. Last several months ago, though last year, maybe even before that, a year, 2 years, 3 years ago. Not non-standing und das die ada apelo iskado ne nasko edo hot edo lit na halleniki ne nit ligi ikado chunkin sakisgi what be chuni ko chairman do committee members it ban case ko we are still in this pandemic. Last year, many of us can count how many ways our lives has changed. Then the way we do business, the way we run the government, or the way the government runs our government. A lot of ways to look at that, a lot of areas to comment on because of this pandemic. As we know, as we sit here, we know that the number of COVID cases are increasing again. Although there's huge concerns about reopening schools, other services and businesses and whatnot. Yat ahon sikis do nikitzi loha inidna ado apisoto nato nista kichu ban sikis ko ado with respect to this year's budget or this coming year's budget, we know that we have projects that will be out there help recover from the pandemic. Development, infrastructure development projects. But America Rescue Plan Act beso ndadi nilni ado tit of be don studi it ocho das andako ho sunan ado iltahil EPA's preparedness or readiness to be providing services to be in operation and to function as our EPA in light of the restoration or recovery activities as far as our nation using ARPA. So a lot of it, I imagine, would go towards infrastructure development. Each chapter, 110 chapters, will experience some development activities. EPA today, what it does today, the capacity that it has as of today, and going back a year and previous years, when the activities of construction or some kind of productivity is going on out there. Should not nada the Jason Nido and Daggiedo should it sota the Jason not it's not ego to you to the house I had any as a lego. Is EPA ready to handle, its responsibilities, its duty, its charge? Is it ready to step in to make sure there's compliance with our environmental laws? Maybe it doesn't need a response. That's a comment. I'm not seeing, what the question or the comment that I'm making. I'm not seeing our readiness or preparedness to undertake such activities, development activities, or construction or building activities out there. Joko it Niteya don Nito Bahulia. I don't know it Bahulia through EPA or Quagge. Or you nan that is not got Joko or you not had either little. What that or you down either little. That tinda or you car that day. I'm just imagining this in my mind because EPA la ashing ashing ni nika what ego nan so you is not out nan stage lingo to can do ha no the arpa so get you don't so that initial this cause EPA di quite yan sada kishin na shi dille Sadaziya thought it also Bansas case, but of course we're focused on the budget for the next 12 months. But and that there should be plans and backup plans and I think it's the responsible thing to do as far as our government, any division, any program, department, if we're going to receive or if we're going to develop projects, if we're going to be of a huge impact to our nation as far as infrastructure development or housing development or economic development, are we ready as a nation? There's no say this committee members or chairman here showing or showing so has said all the
with the Nanda Honorable Vice Chair Walker behind Sigi Koro Lago on Nishiki Art Switcher Nschidon and Seto at Ebidet in Lenigi said such on Nishiki Koro the budget by Nate Inigi Hit all so Nashville Nesto Coat and hit that on it Aniki Jopanati Kitiki Stodale Indo Hit Oi Sahot Stodale Nesto revisit the deal next Tuesday. It changes the koro nihichin koro nis dida recommendations now koro by yedil hit the oshit celia est honorable gay so shnant asashbach nana dida koro honorable members of RDC. If not, I'll go back to honorable Begay.
Chairman, I guess that will be. I guess Kudos Deja. These are the decisions and the positions. I guess that you're in to make these wise or appropriate decision in making the recommendation to the committee. Oh, peso sometimes. I just see it as that you're being told from higher that your budget around of what is given to you, and you indicated yourself as well that this is prior. This we have been getting this type of funding for several years. I mean, they hit out by using to be using to live Kodonata initiative. I mean, I think you're in the position for that. Quite again on this. Yahaki a baby, but not your Kodo. She did ego Kodona and Shahni Yahaki, baby, not your deed. She staff and didn't keep an ashhast or by yashke. Joe hot ego cola deeds on Jondo list. I don't laugh and has egi a baby na addition. Joe hot ashing that hiki that at the a coco and na coco. Again, I'll continue to reiterate that we really need to. I want to push for the criminal enforcement positions. I've been trying to look onto the website of what the starting salary or entry levels are on this particular position. And then the other area, maybe during the revisit chairman, this is another request, Mr. Shorty from 638 contract to provide a report to the committee, the oversight RDC committee. Need Lindigi, Kilchito, As, Aqua Akiti, Katrot, Yard and Lindigi, Latin, is it time, just like the public safety, they have a 638 contract with the BIA, Office of Justice Service. Is it time for the Navajo Nation to sit down with the United States EPA to say that give us some money for enforcement? And I believe this is at the level of a sovereign, if not a government relation situations. Indeed, Kodo dit an hikaya pakako dit ego kodo behas ani enforce il iniki beben nache aden saton hin hansala jokodo ni do bebe chaha o zi go kolahit ela jebna distin lache kat region 9 ajit o you peso beta inish de quit meal soshi a konhila e kodet o peso otan hiti ni do Ado peso pa atten open the tahot edo open the tahon nil jokot ala. I'm kind of like concluding that statement to say that we don't have enough funding, so we'll let things be as it is on the Navajo Nation without no enforcement. So I think there's got to be a better response or a better policy recommendation to the oversight in terms of reshuffling or revise the budget, or we can. I don't think nothing prevents for the chief of staff from the president's office to talk with us. During the revisits. Oversight need I recommend ako aden not ada da ben hich has dots do bohnet za da do bohnet za shin ashin da di ni chuhat ni da to adot o han lenigin hutan da ata do ya ashonda ako ben na go AD ka division director dan lenigi ka kon hit ni ya da and then the other thing I always do prior council being on the Law and Order Committee, we always get reports directly from each of the district police officers and the district court and court administrators on Lindigi at each district that did kodol not just only one person, division director kodol okay. Leach in lead has yachly agency jadid an has did baby nail nistodid ash program hat I there's each of the hatni go stop hot ko or dig at later or when ratted a hon kit a beach yale kon that AC key don hinan shiki a the kodo bakite or what do other picket test in other hit up. And that encompasses all of our job as the Navajo Nation government is the overseeing the Navajo Nation situation and the environment that we live on. We're providing service directly to the Navajo people. So that's one of the areas that I believe that each of our division director really needs to focus on, of how they're effectively delivering service to the Navajo people. Ko ebe ben nashiko kodo jo kwagi gi na bike yel tito ba yel pie od navdit apis opan nati just on nado on nada don ni go okay how do we advocate to say that these are very important positions for us to support for another fiscal year budget appropriation johot ego be latte dikat change Ilya go to the full council baby chonane nato le ado shiga yana to le ado hashin change Ilya do did at the need and draw ado koto hinant land president as a package of banant to ado quick shingen nana to eben nago go it up say the koto up betal town presence office stand it asato that it edo listed ni higi baby ahos and double bahos and go hot ego in la the president betahni al shohe it ala beche hata zito beche ya the sil did e baby na ko shipin it a hot to the height no that she aji you not al kit on it up kota the chief of staff that head of the shin to that is go out that the bin that is out on this ABB na chi to did all recommendation ko to support el in ko to yego na yes ko to in lasted on its abike the so jot a halje ko ebit na go hit all criminal enforcement at 5 agencies they'll be stationed with a good entry level, and also maybe at the moment strategize of how we can improve them, and then ask and request the security contract office that is there a possibility that this position be incorporated with the public safety, that the security contract will be included in their plan of operation, but they still be assigned to the EPA program. It directly to the United States Environmental Protection Agency. I think this is the time to really advocate to get these 638 funding to base with huge other settlement that headed the shift to revise another course pohonet to be settled that liago go but not based with asati could be the initial a lot of times there's always administrative costs revise maybe ask Department of Justice to say that could this particular settlement be revised to say that criminal enforcement be part of the settlement to say that the criminal enforcement agency but it should end the shin that pesos but they zago be the initial hibin yago that's been did unless EPA directly behind or that's a net sunsim. So now that you guys know that this is I've settled in this particular recommendation, Chairman. So as I always say that I'll probably bring these up if it does come up at the Nabi committee and then the Navajo Nation Council. He did that hoping and saying that we're not asking for additional funding, but there's a revision based on some of these vacancies. Keep in mind, did out the Ilya, did out 638 funding. Did out the Ilya, so, Chairman, so I guess that will conclude my response of questions and comments to the EPA Director. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Honorable Gay. Ms. Shirley, back to you.
So, as far as the position from me here in Navajo EPA, we do understand and hidden ani ba'de tingo without adan sedekis ado shesizinki, that is the mentality, meaning that ashe hashin togo atashd indo sha'alchinin lini ado kwaiki shamasanda to shiketa that any kibashed inso be'edan siskis. So first and foremost, we do have a service to provide to the Navajo people. And it is an important service that we provide. And on top of that, it's something that, how would you say this? There's no substitute for what we do here at Navajo EPA. And the scientists that work here at Navajo EPA, I certainly value them. And then all of the people that we have here, they also have to understand that we have to have this all hands on deck mentality, meaning that we don't have a lot of resources. So we have to make do with what we have. But more importantly, we have to provide that quality service to the Navajo people. And I do want everyone here at Navajo EPA to be involved in that service, and that is important to me. So that would be, in a way, my position. And these fundings and beso kwaiki proposed budget, that's what we recommend. Though shisizini banaosh kanhasto ado kwaiki di adhanana chaigi, or this fiscal year egi kwaiki ben nada di nishigi esto a kwaiki hinch kid shinat ani danoslini ado kwaiki US EPA criminal enforcement. The other thing that I did want to mention here too is that I hope to supplement a lot of what we're doing right now with federal grants again, or more grants. For instance, shuffling around some of these people will put me in a position to apply for more grants and allow for those people to oversee those grants. So one of the grants that I'm looking to, that we are looking forward to here at Navajo EPA is the General Assistance Program grant from US EPA. We could use that money to supplement the Resource Conservation Recovery Program again. And then those areas where we need that additional resources. And then I know with US EPA, their criminal enforcement department is kind of different from the way that we function. So they have more attorneys and are more research based. And ajigo e dit ahi isi ndalnishla nihe kojigo e slaugi alacht in handalnish. So just wanted to point out that difference between US EPA and Navajo EPA's criminal enforcement department. And we did sit down and talk about receiving more primacy, more delegation, and more direct funding. So one of the tasks that I will be giving the water department, for instance, this coming year is to gain primacy in some of those areas where they need to work on their primacy. So that would certainly give us more authority and more responsibility too, but with it, more funding as well. And then the other part of that too is when we request for delegation on CERCLA, for instance, we're told that it will take an act of Congress. So it is, to be quite honest, it's a fight that I'm willing to take on as far as asking for us to get direct funding from Congress. But I would look to you, Shana, for your help in that area as well too, Honorable Delegate Key Allen. And if we could talk more about that, I would be happy to do so. And then as soon as I get a response from Navajo DOJ on that letter that we received as a reply for our request for delegation, I will be sure to share that with you. And then let me see, what else do I have? And then just a side note too, as far as ARPA is concerned, I mean, nishin all you non-nishigi hatadol walto sa aslugo projects igi banda hatido adigi hashin togo our enforcement or our regulatory responsibility igi e kwaiki. We do have an ARPA budget that we did not put in place, but we have proposed a budget to help us do our reviews and provide our regulatory oversight and even the technical assistance that we provide. So we do have like an ARPA budget that we had submitted to our chief of staff and so forth. So with that would be my reply, Chairman. And then again, if there's anything that I am unclear on, I am here to again, emails that the Ani.
Thank you, Ms. Shirley, for that. Let me go back to Honorable Gay.
Chairman, I neglect to ask one other question. Could the budget stage? I would think that as much duty that you're assuming as a director for the Environment Protection Agency, I would assume that there needs to be a staffing, especially immediately surrounding you. So I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure why you would be abolishing the administrative assistant for the 11-1001. Jo kodo da inishiki ki jo the tsaga ho zande to ask the shnet. I don't know. I'm not saying that you are in the chairman bill, please. This is just a comment, but I'm not saying that somebody is doing it indirectly, and that's the reason why I draft up that memo August 8th, 2021. These vacancies positioned across the board. Yes, they're being voluntarily being utilized. I mean, our Navajo Nation are being encouraged voluntarily to retire, but somehow is the nation kind of like pushing them out with these type of, I don't know if there's a connection with these shuffling of staff and abolishing some of these positions. I'd like to hear this directly from the Chief of Staff, Khalid Aula. Though maybe get a response from the retirement office, Mr. Martinez. Because I wasn't really aware of it until I was searching around for the document. I went to the retirement office and they added that flyer that I sent with this memo August 8th and they added case chairman, but I'm not saying that they are, but I'm kind of like just I have a hunch somehow that our Navajo people are being forced out in a way. I don't know, but again, this is not directly at you, Steja, EPA director, but this is just a general comment back to my committee, RDC members. Because the Shinit, yes, there's always people always say that there's more top heavy need early retirement that focus on the central part of the government. Because so I would think that the Windruck level. But if that is the case, I mean, yes, maybe send some of these positions down to the agency level, because I believe that they need more at the agency level. I don't understand why you have a big big program, but yet quickly that you want to abolish your staffing. I mean, for me, like even as a delegate, we have our LDA and covering 5 chapters. I mean, that's too much a lot of time. Text in letter chapter meeting, they got on the report. I didn't know, but posing question at the committee meeting, the snow yeah, kudo bahanas tida. So Ada Yan Kilbahos and I don't know, it could surface, it may surface down the road that somehow the central government is squeezing out a lot of these Navajo people, but yet at the same time they're abolishing it, but at the same time they're creating more. I mean, if that is the case, why couldn't the focus be on it hasn't been filled for the past 3 years? No. So I would think that would be the main one that would be targeted. Let's abolish this one. New good big and other such a retire a kunagin on people net zone canna lot or list that's Johnson the otherwise you should that's not down the road, because especially with all these projects going to start coming in, and then especially if we're assuming I think somehow we got to showcase to the EPA and the federal government that we are equipped with these type of staffing. We're structured in this fashion. Office and your gatos at in the federal government auto based ada on zinge a quacky that's a job on Cindy Costaja. They got abolished in Ninigi. I would rather have you abolish some of those vacancies. I mean, those vacancies that's been vacant for the past several years. Koko dikat nanish yof behinki da shimses kahanda za nidi da liin ka do lishin da zakla holdon got out aje benesh ando pop benesh ashiwin zinde satte George kadini additional. I mean, I need my staff sometimes at the agency level. I mean, at the chapter level to get to be part of the local community activities while I'm doing most of the policy meetings and everything else at the state and federal level. I mean, you need somebody to be at the office all the time. You need somebody at the agency level all the time while you're doing some of these major work at the federal and state level. And that would be my thinking, that you're dealing directly with the Region 9 office at San Francisco and so on. So, but I see so that would be my other recommendation about the abolish that somebody is leaving but yet abolishing it right after. But why couldn't they abolish a lot of these positions that have been vacant for the past 3 to 4 years? Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Ms. Shirley?
Oh, thank you, Chair. So, Shana, Hashim Sogoshan Giba Hansen, I do appreciate that. So, for administration, I did abolish that position, and Hashim Sogo Adan Nahodishta, to be honest, Shana. That admin position, it was vacant. For since I've been here, it's been vacant. And it would be nice to have somebody in that position. It would be nice to have somebody there, but I really do need help responding to all of the complaints that I get within our office on illegal dumping. So there was like 2 things that we that I wanted to kind of focus on this this budget. One is to address the illegal dumping. So with the abolishment and the changes that we are recommending, it allows me to get somebody else in there, and it gives that program at least 2 more vehicles to do their response. And then the other part was to ensure that minor source program was given the chance to flourish. So those were the 2 main reasons why I've done what I've done. And those are Ebenina. Those are all the shuffling around and all of the, so as far as abolishment in here at admin, I only have 1 position that I'm abolishing. And again, it was one that that was vacant. And then like I said, it would be nice to have somebody in that position, but I had to, in a way, think about somebody that's going to help me respond to the illegal dumping complaints that we've been getting. So that money did go to the Resource Conservation Recovery Program. And then, so the other position that is being abolished is with the Underground Injections Control Program. And that one, the gentleman that's currently in that position is retiring. And so that's going to go to a technical position to get us a geologist as well too. So with all of these changes in place, it's our staffing would be, the number of staffing would be the same. So, but just again, thinking about all of the different, even again, like I said, nihi recommendations, so bendatos kirigi, so sato bansis kesa. This is how we did our budget, sirs. And ahut edolet shanat ani. That would be my response. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Shirley. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any other comments or questions for EPA?
Chair.
Yeah. Honorable Daniels, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I don't think Resources and Development Committee. Yeah, I don't know. Dino Flaggy still could have. By here, could have. So the peso could have. The Canada has met on a peso. She could have. The Lana eat little less navigate and now the needs is on the way down. The FY 2022 budget. Navigate Ashan Nana has been mad at on the chin. Navigate keep it up. Could on the way. Then Pago, yeah, could do them. In case I have met with all the great Navajo Nation EPA as the Nation Director and Renegade should there's aren't that the 3. So yeah, could do that. Case I happens, I don't know could operation than Lessiki. AIC could do a yeah, could do. Are the quick machine but I did on an about night deck could do. On the way down. Nana, I go bend that on the Shiki. I don't know could do. And that could do. The Mark could do. Oh, yeah, that. So you go back and that the Coco could do the data. ADK, I think could do a in that on Mistona could do instead of on me. So she's that since they don't need that. So either Asana had the same of the on the heat that is that. So the basic Katona and Ben the half could do. Busy and that go. So Ben business. I wish I the picture that way. She's so ADK could do the base of the position could do by yet he could do. Could do I see that each idea that I post the Hadoni aid Hatchin and not I know the way that with them holds the second way that illegally that are using on the way that in order to qualify for a position, you got to have a degree, some type of a degree, bachelor's, master's, PhD. I don't know overqualified. Nah, no that. But nada easy. So to this day, that question what innovate Navajo Nation in Michigan, there are a lot of positions that are not filled. ADQ ayashish agado. I don't know na sa ito to abeto ban nada. So the way that na shadow agado. The way setting to say the year. And the whole thing in the area of uranium, Adonana, illegal dumping. Is it that to go back? The whole thing. So shut the dago, illegal dumping. Then the whole thing go throughout the Navajo Nation. For your God of the is the day, Hadasa, Saban Koko, for you that ego. Yego, that ego, AD, that Iggy. That positions could all that I think could all that abolish it then again I should have been thought so could all that on the stone on other day but then that on this is the could I don't understand instead of on this I think could all never that I don't know could all that Iggy that could all and he could all uranium I don't know the total year go back and now take a bag without to go take water contamination, uranium. I don't know the appreciate that. I don't know the double cut. Or ADG at the bedding and how they go. For this street, was so I see. Yeah, that's the next on. Don't have any benefit of it. A lot of our people could only wait yesterday. I was going towards the Monument Valley, okay, coming from Kayenta. Okay, there's an area between Monument Valley and Kayenta. There's a windmill. A lot of people there were getting their water from there. So, AD for that, ego. Alita is a donation. Toyat is donation. They then say it a halonigi, say it a dandanigi, Alita is. Ja, het is net zoals iedereen les. Dus dat voor dat I see ja dat net maar even national dat. Geen dat Scotland. Wat dat had go. The San Juan River that is the have go down on the Lake Powell. I do ja go there go ja. Do ja the had seen the great laughment that out of the Ghana yazet or put over the hoye and had a train down na ade. He could have told you had a name. What are the year by the gender? Okay. I think with a passion there. Okay. I touch about the case of the Hawk system. I'm just wondering why we're not filling this position. But none of you have been yet. Don't rate the entry level. I think we young. I don't have on the shape of the Hanet. I don't know the very requirement to get that. Has on in the sheet. I bet the Hanet down there. And not the Schnenigi for all. The came Zenigi for all. Yes, Kahan things won't understand. They had a ya Ed House and ya Ed House. It is not the not for bit of the Hanot. The degree. Master's, bachelor's degree. They don't make the Hanot. I see he lost the honey. They would have a honey. One lady the whale seed had tweeted the Hanot and the whale seed. So that is cut on day. As a dog, that is lost the honey. That's the whole. It is seed the dog. Those days equal to them. The way that is certain then. So that is cut off the day. Engineers, the sheet of the Hanot, it down. This street under that is I don't know that is tied. They had no cut. So, which is the cotton on the way down. That is the gate that they kiss again. Oh, that at the bell, this. I lived at the Luisnik is the whole year that the lane for that. Bantas case of what either. Elan Hish on Lansfond of Bantas case. Lady the Wells is a tweet of the Diego, Sana Pasta. They are now his pasta, so that you know that's this, but this scene is a get water. I don't dare be whole cousin he gets with the age on the heart can have it. It has been not. It was died of one that the image either to the not and thought about that case of all. The way go to that the stone on where you still to the Kagi that where you go that it and a hole. Oh, you gonna read it. That is dead, nobody started. I shouldn't know what the year go back hard. Not only the national that I have done yet. Facing later, I think could only had though the na yado nana nanista e lagi abed husband and not on a junction. I don't nana that nana that junction a dot ada ever has done ye I don't know. They shall have card back there and not got that a out of Haiti abed husband ye hater. Oh, I got that equidon later. The whale Jesus what did so could Ada Krigo she but night a kitiko. I don't know Kudo additionally Akudo and the Haltik and the Quid Yego. The cook are the 8 1 answer that Ego Kudo, but the 8 or I see the Chen had these state and had an apple. I think it is Ako. Mazeda has tweeted I indicate Hadi as I see I don't ever spend husband. When we were doing the drought tour. Mr. Daisy, Gilbert Daisy, I don't know he's cut the us. But I don't ever stand them. But with that, Eggy, she kept Johnson at the Hanon of Rego. I go see it echo. So it is about Peter Lescodo. I don't know another question. I don't know if this has been posed to the presenter. Why there is such a high turnover with our management position, with EPA, Navajo Nation EPA. So, Eva Banai Dash Kido Dash. 11 now turnovers. So, 80 Banai Dash Kido Dash. But efficiency is argue with that. So, I see which of the Hadith, which of the Hadith data, and the Hadith. So, I don't know Kudo. Based on that, I don't know external fund. I don't have its own data. Or what are the ways this is called? I understand the pandemic. They over a year. I see that because they're not a sheet is a vegan. And that you get the check the dog cut. So 80 anyway Iranian. Illegal dumping. I don't know if the illegal dumping is the enforcement. They don't honestly don't know that. Don't ask for what they get the enforcement of the Hanoda. Because they got for those last. I said, oh God, staying there yesterday. What are the requests slanted out? I say, God, for Dana and Veda should have. It's never cheated, funny, but cheated. I don't know that she's not a small way. Not really, she's a have scared. I wonder. Yeah, it's out to have the scared. We just lead them to have the scared. Or Suzanne, there's a nation. I laid the now to have the scared. I just cousin how the care to have the scared. I don't know, I'm a lay down. I thought it was non-ness. It's a nasty now. I have the scared. I don't know if it's not just me a leho. I would not scared no you have this. But I don't know about this case. You slow was just was what should the sessions. So would that I thought the later Kennedy or you they had this kitchen on any clinic or 80 but I dash kid on this, but just one question. I don't know if I did or comment that. area for Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Ms. Shirley?
Thank you, Chairman. Shichado, Sitila Shana, Shanashi. Ako, Ayahat Nana, oh, Hashin Sago Hajat Yatieto, Ahajayet, Nadani, though, Bajan, what the wash, though, now it didn't, oh, Ani, though, Yaha. Ado, Aquagi, di na adin kirigi shikwegi alke isoho e dikwigoshi sadiki nije hundeshli ako the proposed budget dikwegi nije hodeliagi. It does address illegal dumping. So I'm trying to put more resources into this. Ajin Dal Nishigi, there's only currently I have 3 people that work in there, and they only have 2 vehicles for starters, and they didn't have any like computers and certain things. So this budget cycle, I do want to make sure that they have everything that they need to do their job. So I'm adding, hopefully we'll be getting at least 1 to 2 new positions. Ado Chidechideyos Inigi to do their response. I'm hoping that they'll be able to get at least 1 or 2 more vehicles to do that. Ado Balach, there is also, they do have training, and then I believe it was also supplies. So a is to Hashin Togo the budget igi at the yi lado kwa igi hit here at the haden the snow hot sadigi ish lado a hot beso igi de yo kedo benache hot the budget igi ishla ado todenini o ani so sato. So with this proposed budget, the surface and groundwater protection is getting more funding, or more general funds ito laago babaja at the holia for surface and groundwater protection and the resource conservation recovery program. Auto enforcement the reason why you'll see that this budget increased a little bit is because there is that transfer of the of that individual from enforcement and fully being funded by the Surface and Groundwater Protection Department. Ado uranium dinigi ani ana anishto kodesto Mr. Yazi do ko ikibandal nishigi ajit ati hot al hashin togo age got anisho as far as the response to the uranium cleanup is concerned. Why is there a high turnover of position in management? So this question, I'm kind of scratching my head on. So let me see. I have, there's four departments within Navajo EPA. The groundwater and surface protection, that manager has been in that position for I don't know how long. And that person is still in there. Ado Koja Air and Toxics Department, and in Aji that person has been in there from I don't know when to, and that person is still in there. Ado Kwaegi Criminal Enforcement Department, the sergeant did retire at the end of April. So Kwaegi a position open. Ado Kwaegi there's Waste Regulatory Compliance Department, the person also retired, but there is a new manager in there right now. And Shana Herman Daniels, you had a chance to work with him. His name is Warren Rowan. Ado D supervisors Dan Leniki, they've been in that capacity for the past, I don't know how many years. So there's not a high turnover as far as management is concerned. Ado I haven't had that here within Navajo EPA currently. So you see, that would I think I've noted all of the questions, and ado ichahat nana dole sto hashin togo koiki shit out shin cow that it didn't she che but a hot out ichahat di ni do di saden linigin je honishla dole sto sto ichahat and trago ichahat dole na de kidiki do koiki di la height out and lesh de ninigi sto bahashta sto shliat ichahat. With that, I turn it back to you, Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Shirley. Honorable members of RDC, are there any other comments or questions?
Chairman Kellen.
Honorable Begay, go ahead.
Stated. So I get just the assurance from the program as a program director that a lot of these Joe, when budget is presented to us and there's a lot of changes is in place that that alerts me to start asking the question, why is this happening? Nothing personal against you, but if not other budgeted I mean the Kodoni has it that and hot it on the has the Iggy Benados Titi had other in Lagos. Hot Agos in the Sahodoni to hot Nitatle. Other did our budget niche and none at Ago. Kid. And the key thing for me is that I got to stand up sometimes or be the voice of our Navajo employees and Navajo people. A coco to a non shigin hasula by kito sate a banaiti kito banaitis kit. A coco koto hit ehota to hit Aiden. As I indicated earlier, and Kodosha Chasing with Spahos and Delegate Daniel, we were both on Law and Order Committee, and I'm sure he would remember me say always during the budget time, I like to hear directly from the janitor. I'm sure he needs more mop, another mop, or another cleaning supplies. Meaning that those are very important people down at the lower level as well for them to provide us directly, to provide us and assuring that they're part of these budget and they're part of these development of the programs that we look over. Akoto at koko sto nana todo pa na iti kit koko da sto chun late na bikiyat committee or the council down the sate da sto being hit ha atze halet all the quagget out of job it da sto ito be da sto ita out of job na ito kit on nos but no sni la kwala na hot and chun hit the ni hiki bit quagget la on na iti kit. So you may be thinking that you're being interrogated or something of that nature. I mean, I'm sure that's the case. I mean, chapter report is now. Dan hios kesa. La United Kit hot has out of deep on Hapanan either this hit out on Han later. As though that they look at they're posing question as though I interpreted that I'm doing nothing for them, which is not the case. So taking things personally, I don't think that's the case. We want to make sure that this budget is thoroughly reviewed and that we move forward to the council for their approval. Akoko dik quigo the motion that the no the hot gila ehit a quackishla and a hot ego ghost open anista. Joe Quacky after you're abolishing some position, and then there's a possibility maybe lowering a salary or demoting a position or transferring some of the positions out of the cost sharing. There's the or that's a CS cost sharing. That's or the other one I didn't get a response on was the T1 or TI. That's it. I don't know what that one stands for. Because it will surface once the budget. Once the budget is approved, then of course it is an administrative matter. Because I know in that lab all that could did alia do did nana lian hit it neho these are administrative matter and hit it this is the only time sometimes that we have a say so in these budget development. EPA budget hit that need and keep it naturally so I guess give us the assurance that a lot of these my speculation. This is just me. I mean, I'm not saying that RDC is thinking this way or saying this, but then again, I'll continue to reference the memo that I sent to the RDC dated August 8th. Retirement tank na ye Stotten and such case additional bahasi although if they're not budgeting to retire, then maybe they're being their salaries or their positions or certain things are being manipulated to prevent people to continue the work. But I'm not. This is not just you, but I'll probably say this at the NABI level and then at the council level, and I'll probably revise my memo to the council to say that and I just saw an email from one of our staff, Deep Budget and Finance, approve it BFMY 1321. The Ecuador restatement of the retirement plan of employees. So it's almost about several pages of it now. I haven't read through the whole document. Committee budget and finance committee but all I say is that I'm sure that maybe some division or some programs are intentionally utilizing it differently than what it was intended for. So hopefully that you could provide a response on that one as well, Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Ms. Shirley?
Shana, Honorable Delegate Kialan Hagila TI in Auden. Where are you seeing that?
Honorable Begay?
PIs. Chairman, can I get clarification? I didn't quite understand what what she's asking.
Ms. Shirley, could you restate that again?
Sure. Shana, you said that you're seeing a TI somewhere within our budget that is that you'd like me to speak to directly.
That's on the 111004
111004. 111004. Is that the special revenue one you're talking about? Is that the special revenue?
Because at the bottom, the budget indicates $56,493.
For
the Surface and Groundwater Protection Program.
okay, okay. And you said that there is a TI that you're looking at. Okay, type of change. I don't know what that TI stands for exactly, but so this person used to, she was funded 50-50. She was funded 50% from the surface and groundwater protection, and then 50% was coming to the criminal enforcement department. So last year, she was funded 50% by criminal enforcement and then 50% from surface and groundwater protection. So this year, she is completely 100% funded under the surface and groundwater protection. That's what this is talking about. So that that's the clarification. So there was no abolishment, no nothing. It's just that this person will concentrate on just the surface and groundwater protection. So that's going to be the response for TI. And then as far as assurances go, Shanat Ani, as far I'm not forcing or having the retire that is a very personal decision on the part of a person. My father has been thinking about retiring for the longest time, and knowing that it's a personal decision, that's something that I don't get involved in. So, and then on top of that too, coming from a business management position before at a different location, I know that you're not supposed to say you should retire to anybody. See, like I said, attorneys and people will tell you that it's not okay to say those things. So you do have my assurance that as far as retirement is concerned, we're not forcing anybody to retire. That is a personal decision. And when that is being done, you know, that employee or whoever it is, they fill out those paperwork or they do all of these things on their own. I don't happy to assist where they need me to assist, but I don't get involved on that part. And that's going to be my response and my assurance to you. And then you are right to say that you do ask janitors or or hashit yisi nadlan shigi yisi it iniki e ajanabade kitole. And in a way, that's what I've done with the programs, and that's how I ended up with a smaller budget here at admin. Is I did ask these questions to the different departments, asking if they had any needs that they didn't have addressed last year. They were the ones that submitted their budget, and then after all of their budgets were done, that's when I finally had a chance to do mine. So and I do mean hashin togo asi etana hotista, meaning that kwaegi that do kedi ki kwaegi di tapa ohat nini ki e aje yisi shinne o hot out the budget igi delia. And again, it was to make sure that these programs that we have here at Navajo EPA had what they needed to keep going and to flourish too. And then do ishit heda sto the naati kirigi do kwaegi halit out in la den da doch ninigi e do e hait out bansis kesa do a la hoshi e ba hensen sto koigi hashin togo da adol kirigi sto she sto staton hashin togo bansis kes do na ntisil kes sto ako for all of your questions, your concerns, ado balache, dit au nahanan lishiki dit ego shidon denigi so hashin togo ba hensen. And I think that would answer all of my questions that you pose, sir. And then as far as demotion is concerned, there's no demotions. And again, demotions nigo a khashinto hajonal nishigi or lay personnel policies and procedures, yisnigi table of penalties be it. Ako the unsatisfactory work ko da iso e kodo altebe bes hodon to hashin togo bes na donish. Ado inda a di demotion yisnigi e koegisa. Ako adi koegin he says anigi there is no demotion. So all of these changes were of administrative and not of disciplinary recourses. So ahut edoles shinat ani ahut anje di sadiginje hunani shladoles shinat ani shina honorable delegate Kialan ado chair I yield the floor.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I don't know if Miss Shirley. We do. We are leaders. Including yourself for your department there as well, and working professionally at a level of understanding and making sure that we're making recommendations or revisions and no abolishments. We're on track to present this budget for approval. So I'll Ide ya hot about this to here and not again I just kidded or not on hitch on Ziggy Ado Ms. Shirley really appreciate that. Oh Shannon as I just kid crow did APA but by Nate Ido or Navigate Tuesday good as in Nel gosh edit Nato the following Monday she had Wednesday, we're going to have those revisions. Do you have any other comments or questions? Nanta? What we will do at this time is go on recess and come back for the Division of Community Development this afternoon. So our recommendations are to, if there are any amendments that we need to do, we'll have it all prepared by Wednesday. And additional comments and questions we can discuss at that time and move forward to the following Monday's approval of legislations. A quotation or legislation. So it is currently 12:13. We can come back at 1 o'clock for Division of Community Development. We'll recess at this time and have lunch and come back. Thank you. Good afternoon. This is Delegate Rick Nez on the call.
Chairman Naz, I'm on the call as well.
Thank you.
Chairman Nez, I'm back as well.
Delegate Stewart's back on the line.
Thanks, Honorable Stewart. Dr. Yellowman, are you on the call? Anybody from DCD?
Chairman, I believe she is, as well
Yes.
as DCDC conference room is also on the call.
Thank you.
Yes, we are. This is James Adakai from DCD.
Thank you, Mr. Adek.
because the biggest challenge we have right now with each of the projects
Yeah.
is trying to figure out like that we're just
Honorable Vice Chair Walker, are you on the call? Honorable Daniels, Honorable Begay, Honorable Freeland.
Mr. Chair, this is Daniel. I'm on the line. I don't know what's going on.
Thank you. We're just waiting.
Okay.
We're just waiting. So there's only 3 of us now.
Chairman Keelan's here.
Okay, good. Thank you. I believe we have enough people on the call here. We're on Division of Community Development. Do we have OMB on the call with us? Miss Jim or Miss Sam? Miss Largo?
OMB Selena Begay, Senior Budget Analyst, is on the line.
Thank you very much.
Chairman Naz, when you're ready, I can do roll call for the afternoon session.
Okay, we'll just go ahead and do the roll call then, Ms. Begay.
Good afternoon, Chairman Naz, and also Resource Development Committee, and also Division of Community Development staff and people that are on the call with us. This is roll call for RDC for this afternoon session. Ricky Naz,
Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Wilson Stewart Jr., Wilson Stewart Jr., Thomas Walker Jr., Thomas Walker Jr., Herman M. Daniels,
I'm here.
Mark Freeland, Kealan Begay Jr.,
Good afternoon. This is Delegate Keelan Begay Jr. online.
Mr. Chair, I have 3 members answering roll call, but I do see Wilson Stewart Jr.'s call on the line. So you have 4 members and Delegate Vice Chair Thomas Walker and Delegate Mark Phelan will be joining us shortly. Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Begay, for that. So we'll turn this over to Office of Management and Budget. Ms. Selena Begay, could you read the budget summary for DCD? Ms. Begay?
Yes, sir.
Press star 6.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Good afternoon, RDC. This is Selena Begay, Senior Budget Analyst for OMB. I will be reading the OMB report, and Cita Largo will be reading the CDF section. Laverne Harrison or Miss Jan James will be reading the section F. The second page has the table of contents, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. The next page is A, FY 2022 Fund Type Budget Summary. The next page has a worksheet, Fund Type Budget Summary by business unit numbers. There's 4 business unit for DCD administration. It's 108001, 108004, 108125, 108127, and the next are 5 agency: Eastern, Fort Defiance, Northern, Western, and Chinle Agency. And I will be reading the bottom total. FY 2021 General Fund budget, 19,928,766. Proposed General Fund budget, 19,928,766. Indirect Cost Fund, 753,410. Chapter Non-Administration, 12,675,211. General Wage Adjustment, 305,283. Special Revenue Funds Internal, 2,179,782. Special Revenue Funds External, 22,194,270. The total amount, 58,036,722. The next page, B, FY 2021 Third Quarter Budget Status Report. And this one, Budget Status Report, is as of June 30, 2021. And this is listed by the General Fund Business Unit. There's 4 business units for DCD. And then the General Fund total for the bottom is original budget, $1,447,677.18. Revised budget, $7,565,943.89. Actual, $3,514,737.27. Encumbrance, $458,905.40. Budget available, $1,591,301.22. Overall expended percent is 52.53%. The next page is C, and Ms. Ancita Largo with MPS will be reading that. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Tab C is the FY 2021 Third Quarter Performance Assessment Report for DCD. There's 4 business units.
Could you turn up the volume, please? We could barely hear you. Thank you.
Program Performance Assessment Scores for DCD. There's 4 programs. The last program, Business Unit 108127, Capital Improvement Office, the score is under 2.0. The average for the whole division is 2.23. Going on to Tab D, the Third Quarter Plans of Operation Status Report. They're all up to date. The Tab E is the Condition of Appropriation or Legislative Concern Report. They have 2 legislative concern. There's legislative concern number 1, they're in compliant. Legislative number 23, there's no response, therefore no compliant. That completes the OMB MPS report. There.
Are you done?
F, the external fund expenditure report will be read by OMB CGS site Jan James or Laverne Harrison.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead. Anytime you're ready.
Press *6 to unmute yourself.
My name is Rachel Arviso. I'm the Principal Budget Analyst for Contracts and Grants section. Tab S, the 2021 External Funds Expenditure Report. The next page gives you an explanation of the Budget Expenditure Report. The report is as of June 30th, 2021. You go to the next page is the BER report. This report is for Division of Community Development, active external funds, which have a end date greater than 6/30/2021. On page 3 of this report, I'll be reading the final line. The active, in column F, the active business units total 79, and the active companies total 70. The original budget in column J, line 85, is $45,634,684.52. In column J, row 85, revised budget is $45,796,123.52. Column L, roll 85, $9,997,857,020. Column F, $2,613,855.61. The total available balance under column N is $34,084,410.71. The amount percentage spent is 26%, and the funds available as of June 30th, 2021 is 74%. This completes the report, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Arviso. Division of Community Development, Dr. Yellowman, you have 20 minutes.
Good afternoon, honorable members of RDC. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair. Chair Nez, Vice Chair Walker, Delegate Herman Daniels, Delegate Stewart, Delegate Freeland, and Delegate Kalenbige-Yate. I'm joined here in our large conference room with our CPMD manager, ASC manager, CHID manager, senior accountant, and staff from our IT, as well as Mr. Robert Jumbo from ASC and Ms. Leslie Sandoval to assist. Mr. Lydell Davis will be providing the fund type budget summary. And I'll just give a brief overview, Chair, and hand the time over to our senior accountant, Mr. Lydell Davis. The Division of Community Development, we appreciate this time and appreciate our communication and support from RDC. Our budget from 2021, as it was read into the record, and as we prepare for the fiscal year 2022, will remain the same for the Division of Community Development. And last year, we did operate and spent all of last year combating or mitigating COVID. We had several shutdowns, and many of our staff and divisions or departments contributed to mitigating COVID. One department in particular was open all of last year working with the chapters. That was ASC. We had many staff at ASC, SPPS, and chapter staff and chapter officials working throughout the year. We also had the Department of Community Housing and Infrastructure assisting with heavy equipment mitigation and burials last year. And many of our staff from CPMD assisted in delivery of PPEs and hand sanitizers. And we continue to still assist some communities today with our CPMD staff. We do have, going into our exhibits here, we do have one change in our unmet need that we will be proposing for the chapter stipend. And then as shared, there is an amendment to Exhibit A. The legislation that reads for Exhibit A has been read into the record, but there is one amendment, and that is a minor change from the CHID Community Housing and Infrastructure, and that has already been shared to the office staff there. And that Amendment A has been provided. So we just want to let members of RDC know that there is an amendment to Exhibit A. So at this time, Chair, I'd like to introduce our senior accountant, Mr. Lydell Davis, who will read the fund type budget summary. Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Davis?
Good afternoon, RDC. Okay, so the first business unit is 108001, Division of Community Development. The proposed general fund budget is $1,166,700. The indirect cost fund is $368,793. The general wage adjustment is $24,633 for a total of $1,560,126. The next business unit is 108004, Community Housing and Infrastructure Department. The proposed general fund budget is $312,132. Indirect cost fund is $122,394. The general wage adjustment is $7,468. And the special revenue fund external, it is $22,194,270 for a total of $22,636,264. The next business unit is 108125, Administrative Service Centers. Their proposed general fund budget is $2,127,198. The general wage adjustment is $51,820 for a total of $2,179,018. The fourth business unit is 108127, and that is for the Capital Project Management Department. So the proposed general fund budget is $1,369,677. The indirect cost fund is $262,223. The general wage adjustment is $40,765 for a total of $1,672,665. And then moving on to the chapters. Okay, so this is going to be for Eastern Agency. The General funds chapter personnel and fringe benefits has a total of $3,034,054. The general funds chapter official stipend is $1,025,418. The general wage adjustment is $69,544. And then moving on to general liability chapter personnel, it is $7,589. Workers' comp chapter personnel is $15,240. And then moving on to workers' comp for chapter officials, that is $7,192. Chapters not admin costs total is $3,306,021. And then moving on to special revenue lands claim trust, this is $504,071. Special revenue for scholarships is $69,477 for a grand total for the Eastern Agency of $8,038,606. Okay, so now moving on to the Fort Defiance Agency. The general fund chapter personnel and fringe benefits is $2,792,465. General fund for chapter official stipends is $893,106. General wage adjustment is $41,416. And then general liability for chapter personnel is $6,987. Workers' comp chapter personnel is $14,028. Workers' comp for chapter officials is $6,264. Chapter non-admin cost is $3,066,261. Special revenue land claims trust is $467,514. Special revenue for scholarships is $64,440 for a grand total of $7,352,481 for Fort Defiance Agency. Moving on to the third agency. This is Shiprock Agency. The general fund chapter personnel and fringe benefits is $2,157,971. General fund chapter official stipends is $661,560. General wage adjustment is $22,680. General liability chapter personnel is $5,400. Workers' comp for chapter personnel is $10,841. Workers' comp for chapter officials is $4,640. Chapter's non-administrative cost is $2,396,006. And then special revenue lands claim trust is $365,318. Special revenue for scholarships is $50,359 for a grand total of $5,674,775 for Shiprock Agency. The fourth agency is the Western Agency. General funds chapter personnel and fringe benefits is $1,937,509. General funds for chapter official stipends is $595,404. General wage adjustment is $19,407. General liability for chapter personnel is $4,849. Workers' comp for chapter personnel is $9,734. Workers' comp for chapter officials is $4,176. Chapter non-administrative cost is $2,147,941. Special revenue lands claim trust is $327,496. Special revenue for scholarships is $45,143 for a grand total of $5,091,659 for the Western Agency. And then the final agency is Chinle. The general fund's chapter personnel and fringe benefits is $1,392,487. General fund's chapter official stipends is $463,085. General wage adjustment is $27,550. General liability for chapter personnel is $3,483. Workers' comp for chapter personnel is $6,994. Workers' comp for chapter officials is $3,248. Chapter non-administrative cost is $1,648,317. Special revenue lands claim trust is $251,318. Special revenue scholarships is $34,646. And the grand total for the Chinle agency is $3,831,128.
Right.
Okay. And then the grand total for all 5 agencies for general fund chapter personnel and fringe benefits is $11,314,486. The general fund's chapter official stipends is $3,638,573. General wage adjustment is $180,597. The general liability chapter personnel is $28,308. The workers' comp for chapter personnel is $56,837. Workers' comp for chapter officials is $25,520. Chapter non-admin is $12,564,546. Special revenue lands claim trust is $1,915,707. Let me go over that again. Special revenue lands claim trust is $1,915,717. And then special revenue for scholarships is $264,065 for a grand total of $29,988,649.
Awesome. Good job. Thank you, Chair Nez and members of RDC. That will complete our fund type budget summary for the Division of Community Development, along with the chapter summary for all 5 agencies. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Yellowman, as well as Mr. Davis. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any questions? Honorable members of RDC? Any comments or questions? Honorable Stewart, go ahead.
Again, good afternoon, Shana, Chairman Nez, Vice Chair Min Walker, Shana, Dr. Yellowman and staff online, and then Office of Controller and Budget and Finance for giving us the report as well for the accounts, the performance measures, and the summary as well for Division of Community Development, a division that we are all familiar with, and the accounts and the staff and the chapters that we work with as well to advocate for them on that side. And I know that the last week we did have a conversation along with the other division regarding the equipment and also the staffing with Department of Transportation, and how we can go ahead and work with the two departments, two divisions, as far as working together in the foreseeable future. And I know that we do have some chapters out there that do have some funds that are just kind of like carried over. And right now, we do have to see what we can do with those funds to make sure that we are using them to the full potential. And I know that there were some comments that were mentioned at that time as far as the emergency goes, and what we need to do to make sure that these funds get used for our community members, and also training for staff and possible. I know within the 4 chapters I represent, we talk a lot about possibly working with getting the heavy equipment operator at the chapters fully employed at a regular status, because all the chapters are using that position, and with each of the chapters receiving heavy equipment, what would be the process to do that? And I know that through the Navajo Nation process, we do have to do that. Started that paperwork a long time ago. But for now, what can we do with this budget to get it prepared for next year's budget to make those positions permanent within the nation, if at all possible? And then the other one was related to roads as well, with the roads, the earthen roads, and what we need to do to improve them, along with the funding sources that come along with it. And I know that recommendation that I was making at the time was to, through the emergency accounts that the chapters have, where they're limited to 25,000. In there, we have some chapters that have gone over, that are sitting on thousands and thousands of dollars that they have no snow. They're not using it for those purposes. Maybe there's a way to pull those funds back to help the other chapters go back into the regular status as the roads for the winter and for the rain, and also for gravel in that area. That's what we were looking at. And so I want to share those thoughts at this point, and also, thank you for the ASC staff for being out there at the chapters as well. And, but you just need to see how we can work together, as well as to improve the funding for these chapters and what needs to be done. So that's what I want to share at this time. Shana, Chairman, if I have any other comments, again, I'll come back online. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart. Dr. Yellowman.
Thank you, Chair. Adonani Yate, Delegate Stewart, thank you for your comments and questions there. As for the heavy equipment operator to be fully employed, we do know that that's a concern and interest on all of the chapters, especially with all of the chapters receiving pieces of heavy equipment and experiencing certain types of weather-related emergencies, whether it be drought or flooding. Some areas varied, but what we recommend, or what we would be seeking support from RDC, in particular for the heavy equipment operator, is for us, DCD, to create PCQs, which are the employment description, and then to revisit our plan of operation That would be the process where we could introduce heavy equipment, perhaps regionally, or by locations to the chapters, or to look at how we can introduce those types of positions out at the chapter level. Some of the areas that are needed for heavy equipment operations are the safety trainings, keeping up with their types of licensures that they need for operation of heavy equipment, and maintenance. And those are areas that we have been working closely with NDOT on making sure that the chapters are keeping liability and risks low by now having these heavy equipment pieces. So Delegate Stewart, we do look forward to more conversations on this because it is needed, and we do need to support the chapters hiring heavy equipment. There are some chapters that are sharing heavy equipment operators, especially in the last 2 weeks during the flooding. So as part of some of those conversations, and as you mentioned, winter coming, and then coordinating how some of these heavy equipments are going to be used under the guidelines of NDOT and BIA, because I know that was another conversation with road maintenance and coordination, making sure that the chapters are communicating with other entities and partners. And then for the next question on the threshold, the 25,000, I know there's been some questions or some requests for possible funds to be added to meet that 25 threshold, but there are other areas that I believe that you mentioned that we need to address first. I did inquire with some of our staff here, ASC, and our accountants, Mr. Jumbo and Mr. Lydell Davis. Some of these areas require us to look into the Appropriations Act. There are funds already out there. There are chapters that already have, and if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Jumbo, there's quite a few. There's about 7 or 8 chapters that have quite a bit of funds in their emergency. We would maybe consider or recommend looking into an annual reallocation or some type of expiration dates for these funds if they're not used, so that they could be placed back into these pots to be redistributed evenly, or as such, so that chapters have, I don't want to say the incentive because these are emergency funds, but the chapters understand that these funds do need to be spent for their community. But I also want to note that there are still some discrepancies from last year. We have some chapters that have not recovered from 73-20. They used some of their funds to pay for firewood, fuel sources, and propane, but have not fully recovered. And then they were recently, some chapters experienced a flooding emergency and the drought. So these emergencies, they do happen, and we do need to work closely on how we provide better assistance. The other, Delegate Stewart, is our chapters do not have access to immediate resources. Over the last 2 weeks with some of the flooding, they didn't have immediate access to go to a hotel. Or immediate, like if they need something right then and there, if they have a family member, they had a family member that was stuck on an island due to the flooding, and that individual needed help with dialysis. We don't have the ability to help get some of our community members to a hotel, or so we need to set up a system in place that allows us to access for emergency use. So that would be some recommendations that we would put together and present to RDC with your support, Delegate Stewart. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Nez.
Thank you, Dr. Yellowman. Honorable Stewart, do you have a follow-up question? Honorable Stewart, press *6. Honorable colleagues, any comments or questions for Dr. Yellowman?
This is Dr. Daniels.
Honorable Daniels, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I don't know RDC, I don't know just staff. It's like a whole, just a look on there. It's just in days, you see, I don't know, more. And then the guy that 3 years, I don't know, down there, see, go, let's go up there. I don't think, another $8 million, I don't go down the way down. Budget is not by 2022 budget. Ecuador basis now is not Ecuador the data is there. Ecuador email they're not on no Ecuador data is there. Go this morning EPA Araucanana Division of Community Development. Ecuador the way down. I yeah now this Sagi Ecuador Division of Community Development. Coco AIC Ecuador had Schneidolish Ecuador. Should they Ecuador Dr. Element are in the Ecuador Mr. Erkai Ecuador are in the Ecuador Nahundal Nisikito but in Dash Nisikito and the great CPND Azita Inish are in the Ecuador the great shade that I was here as a Inish Ecuador. So Ecuador the great budget then he's not Ecuador. And then they're not on the sport and I appreciate in hand in the hall. So 80 Ecuador Ecuador out in the Ecuador but it is Kitty Ecuador the great I know the great throughout the Navajo Nation at these chapters the great positions like they're still vacant. Within my within my region there's 2 positions. Well, actually, there's 3. 2 CSC positions. They're not filled yet. AMS. I'm sure it's like that with other chapters throughout the Navajo Nation. I call ADG Ecuador. I've been up by with EPA. I call Ecuador. I Ecuador as a delegate for those I work closely with them. CSC, Linigi, chapter coordinators, the chapter managers, when especially with the great based on the great like when heavy equipment, based on Shaban date, and I work closely with the chapters and CSC and also the chapter managers. So Ecuador, the great Ecuador, these unfilled positions. How are you addressing those positions that are not filled? Should they ASC that English. Do I see me page Ecuador Shigi, do I say I need age now? Put the great Yishal Liston has in the chapters. The Coco put on the great within my region, within the great Navajo Mountain. The great ASC, they only go there once a week. Out of with old Jato, it's the same. The call I yell on Clark over though. I on I just don't miss. So do I see hello and hello but ASC I know they have a big load too. Oh, then the chain is a delicate key element. Khalid, I chapter, because Khalid, I chapter in the based on data, but he are bad that on Michigan, I see, so I see he had got that should say what about hands, but could on the these positions, he could Khalid, a could a physical a contract hit dog. Because especially right now, could on the great ARPA funds by Nate Eagle, could by Nate Eagle, based on Shabbat husbands, I became another Hodornish. Could on the our constituents, they go to these chapters, like when the hardship died, they done at the whole CARES Act. Chapter officials and chapter staff and Liniki Hunshanago, the Agish and Dash Skoto, the community members applying for hardship. Because chapters that don't have a CSC AMS. I don't know ASC, they only go there once a week. So I don't know the great so heavy equipment. I see Kodo Kinami, so the Shagi ASC here, but Kodo the great without the CSC, one of the chapters, I represent, they hired a heavy equipment operator. What they hired is Yado, a 2-hour training. No, he took that 2-hour training. The heavy equipment, and the individual from Salt Lake, he provided that training for some people here. But ADG Kodo even though they hire heavy equipment operator, they go in Michigan. I get this kind of. You say that this is. It's a bit too. I understand the right so not a bit too. Diesel fuel. Hold that. I got Aruna and the right based that it's a consumer in not a living that the hit at the argo. So it could out yes, AFC, they only go there once a week. So it could I don't know could chapter officials in Linigate at AIC. I contacted me now later. I could the roles of the CSC and also chapter managers. I think about chapter 6 put that here we micromanaging because the great parks and recreation or even because they could to address some issues here at the local level with our tour operators. Because that meeting set up a slide or the micromanaging these chapter officials, because I see on that job bananas. He been for nature and hello, the cut of the cow, that's not data. So I know there is a separation of powers. That chapter officials, Title 26A and all this. Title 2, Title Grazing Official, Title 3, and let's go Ash Art and Helen. Ash Art so now, a question that trying to address some issues. Now, now, when you're here down here at the local level. So, either thousands and thousands, trying to address issues here down at the local level. So, it is CSC limit on the great AMS that 8 over has Aniki physical a contract to Kashan Soy Baba and just case of culture. It basically not I did. So AIC Babashin so could so it is that they could the chair also about fiddle for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Dr. Yellowman.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Chair Aroshana. Thank you, Delegate Daniels. Yeah, Thank you for your comments and for your questions and your support to DCD staff. I am joined here with all of our department managers and our accountants and IT staff. So we look forward to a good dialogue today. I just want to share that DCD, we do have vacancies. And these vacancies seem to have progressed and impacted the chapters last year, especially during COVID, and continue to do that as well. And we have several reasons for these vacancies. So members of RDC, we do have 46 vacancies throughout the chapters. And we do have at the non-certified chapters, we have the CSC and the AMS. We also have PEP workers out there. And each of these positions play a critical role in responsibilities and accountability at the chapter level. And when these positions are vacant, it puts a major strain on the chapters. But I also want to add that pre-COVID, we were trying to grow and have more visits out to the chapters. But we did go into COVID, and a lot of the SPPS staff, ASC staff, they were worked almost all throughout the COVID last year, providing mitigation and helping chapters in other areas dealing with COVID. Some of the reasons why we have some vacancies, we do have a lot of staff that have opted to take the early retirement. So we have quite a few that documented and verbally committed to taking the early retirement. We also have some interesting areas when it comes to the CSCs. If you recall, members from RDC, we did propose during our work session on our plan of operation to address and enhance the local direct supervision by providing training for those that opt to take on the local direct supervision. There tends to be some disharmony when the proper training is not in place on personnel policies and personnel matters. That can lead to conflict, and it becomes difficult for some chapters to hire local people for CSCs and AMS. It becomes difficult to recruit for quality workers. So I just want to point some of those challenges out. We continue to work with DPM on hiring fairs, our hiring pools. We are one of the very few divisions that have advocated to do our own assessments. And our staff, our department managers have gone through those assessments that we had to work out with DPM. What that means is when an individual submits their application for hire or their interest in a position, rather than DPM reviewing those applications and DPM deeming them qualified or not qualified, we have advocated and asked and have continued to work with DPM for us to make those calls, because we know that we're looking for a certain type of carpenter for CHID, or we're looking for a certain type of project manager for CPMD, or we know the type of qualifications needed for an AMS. So we're asking DPM for us, DCD, to do those assessments. So I do have Ms. Jim Martin here with me, and she could add a few more details as to some of the vacancies and how they can increase those visits to your area, Delegate Daniels, as well as all the other ASC sites. And then also she'll touch on some of the proposed plan of operations for additional staff that will help address these matters that you brought up.
Yat Ashanant, Delegate Daniels, this is Sanlatsa Jim Martin, ASC Department Manager. I just wanted to share some additional details. Right now, we are experiencing a high number of vacancies, not only within the chapter administration, but also at the ASC department. Right now, our ASC staff are serving other agencies and service areas because we are working on filling vacancies at the ASC administration. We currently have 7 vacancies within my department. And because of that, our ASC offices are assisting their neighbors, their colleagues at other agencies and regions. So it has put a strain on our ASC staff to be assisting other chapters that they are not assigned to. And that's probably one of the reasons why you're not getting as frequent visits for some of the chapters up in that area. We do appreciate the ASC staff who are assisting their colleagues and stepping in as well to keep the chapters operating for those chapters that have no staff. That takes up a lot of our time to help run the chapters while we are waiting for the hiring process to be completed. Right now, our goal is to get support to get additional positions at the ASC offices so that we have more staff who can provide technical assistance and training to the chapter staff and to the direct local supervisor who would be a chapter official. There's a lot of technical assistance around the budgets, and there's a lot of technical assistance that comes with the 5 management system. So that's what we want to propose. We know that chapters also need additional support and staffing, and we've heard their requests as well. I do believe that we will be addressing that with our recommendations to amend our plan of operation. And also, we're hoping that we will have administrative support that comes with the ARPA funds so that we can hire more temporary staff. And then finally, we are meeting with Division of Human Resources and Department of Personnel Management to look at other strategies to help us fill positions as well as bring on temporary employees to fill in while we are waiting for the permanent hires. Right now, many of the vacancies are vacant, but we have selected individuals in interviews. What tends to be the delay is finalizing background checks, and that takes some time. And then also getting through the clearance process. So there are technically about 31 positions vacant, and the others are waiting to be hired. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Kealan Begay.
Chairman, Yat Ehnana, Ado Kuto RDC member, Ado Shinada, Kwage, the division, Kuto budget. Is it Nanin Tlaki to the Resource Development Committee? Out of staff from Syndicate, Jay Kat. On Hidini, I have a series of questions. Kudo, Shanala, Ms. Yellowman. The very first one, I believe you received a memo that I plan to make an amendment to Shno. So Chairman Nez, dated August 5th. Potential amendment to the fiscal year 2022 Navajo Nation budget. Through your office, The number two, I guess the transfer of funding from the Department of Agriculture. Establish and I'd like to make that amendment where the Department of Agriculture, some of our grazing officials, the small amount of funding that they get, but yet they're being asked to bring in documents, and I believe some of them have to travel so far where they're just losing money, then they're supposed to be getting some stipend. I think that was some of the recommendations that were made when the RDC about a year or 2 years ago went around to each agency, grading reps. Recommended that's one. Having the chapter assume the duty of doing the accounting of chapter grading official stipend at the chapter level. That's one. The other one is possibly establish a permanent. Oh no. The number 5. Good enough. Establish a permanent maintenance staff for each chapter. A lot of the chapter had ordered equipment. I guess now the chapter are realizing the equipment operate and I've heard and we've been told that they just even yet equipment also zone could indicate at the end of Dutch and not neta. You know that then in the thing is that the process some of these equipment are in the process of getting tagged or other insurance coverage and whatnot. Although the plan of operation is at the chapter level. And then I'm sure the chapter will require the operator of these equipment, maybe a CDL driver. Monday, last week, Friday, Mr. Silversmith, baby, see, but out the equipment a chapter in this Niliki, Sato, staff in the Sato card and those are in CDL certified. But on that, so that the Shnint Ego and his staff to address all of these areas. Ocean Ono Yahatzi, which is understandable and just probably take away a lot of the other products, but in the sham, it's on to go quadra or changed at all. Zinsigiki with go it or what's my question, my second question to you will be is that what recommendation do you have to the chapter to the maintenance person, Nikki? Took at all PP that's all on that and not that Nishkoko. Other they have no choice but to leave. As such every day, all we have is two individuals, which is the CSC and AMS, and their paperwork that is required of their office is I guess it's just too much to some extent. Just like the CSC or AMS have traveled to Window Rock, maybe strategize to say that some of these documents is not necessarily to need the actual document. I mean, they could be scanned and be sent forward, and the rest could be kept as record in a way. That way, a lot of the attention is at the chapter level. Staff just to travel and take documents to the Windrup or even to agency. And then, of course, they require for them to deposit funding every other day or daily that they have to make deposit. I think we're just really stressing our staff out at the local level with a little amount of resource. And that comes to my third question. Well, the second question, Nikki maintenance position, Nikki Elia will go permanent. Then this person could be a CDL certified to some extent, and then be able to work around the chapter APP that Bahaya I think that would be very good. And I like to push that effort through this budget. The other question, Banana Sihiki Kwajin CSC Benina Hayu vacancy to Ninikishi. So actually, I think you guys know the answer, the reason why. Because they're dealing directly with the community every single day with the little amount of funding that they're receiving. So and then even in the Yego, during COVID, again, called Yaden Liniki hazard pay or special pay or whatever they called it. I don't know the Hasiata. Akoko earning hidden CSC yan Nishbara Kote. Akoko Doni Yashaya get Yahotesnet. So ASC to Yego Koto chapters. I mean, I don't know, maybe the time that I'm not there, they're there, but every time I'm always asked, any response from AMS or ASC that the Shani. And you know this. Ms. Yellowman, everything that I forward, I always CC you, the Ms. Jim, and then Ado Kodo and the ASC staff at for my area is Chinle Agency. Akoko Aj Kodo Hodat Ego Kodo Banj Aga Akoko Halet. Is there any consideration to up the pay raise, the pay scale, but have more qualification added to it? The background checks that need a do ado kodo be experience that heki ado da ilkhaki da oshin yunda khegot out akoko. That's what I see. Kodo ASC do CS AMS do or CSC are given pennies of the work that they do at the chapter level. If they're more dead, if they are being taken care of, I'm sure we have a lot that we'll be doing at the local level. Ado kodo training after training after training after training. I guess it's understandable, but how much is too much of these training as well? Maybe that's another area where you need, where the requirement, the skills that they have. So shahani a bet bebe neye da hossen odat abniye odat a higher that lan the dia da hossen niki. If it's a new like indican bahanne Windows 11 no. So that would be understandable for staff to be trained that they're converting from one Windows 10 to Windows 11, or there's a new Microsoft or new Excel program is being implemented. Converted by train those are understandable. But yet on a daily basis of what they do at the chapter level, I think you, Shanada, I sincerely I'm asking, I guess, that needs to be looked at. Don't recommend or say. So that's one area, Chairman, the maintenance worker, established how much are we looking at? Because I know the other thing, a lot of our Navajo people are retiring. No, I mean, my position was that I guess it's the central office is being, in a way, it's being targeted. Well, let's move all of those positions to the agency level. Downsize the central office, but increase the agency level. Maybe that's another area that would be helpful based on Linigi Ajiko. Dikat retired at Adne. Linigi Ili Hane Na Ecuador. Dikat maintenance position, the Shinigi Biga. Other Dikat CSC. If you look at any other, I don't know what their position would be. Like at the county level, would they be at the same level as? I'm trying to think of at the state level what position that they will be more similar with. Ajit at the county level and even at the state level. At the central level, the other agency, and then the chapter level is more that they oversee a lot. Some chapters are small, but a lot of bigger chapters like Shiprock or Chinli. I like for the ASC, this Division of Community Development to look into what a big jump of a pay scale that we need to push. That's one thing I like to push through the Division of Community Development. CSC next step increase. When was the last time that they were given a salary increase? Or when was the last time that were given an evaluation? When was the last time that they were given any type of incentive or whatever? Other the service that's being available from your office, the CPMD, other the design and engineering. Again, what I'm going to say, but as you know, you know that one of my chapters received funding for power line. 5 other chapters. This was over 2 years ago. Almost a year ago. Those stamp on this agreement, sub-agreement. When are we getting our electricity? Through this budget. Is there needs to be a second or a dedicated individual that they are doing these contracts? Out of DOJ, but out of CPMD, but out of DOJ, but that's the reason why. When is the time that we're going to utilize the electronic system, the capacity that we're able to upload a lot of these documents onto the computer, and we look at them. At these sheets, there's if you look through the budget, a lot of them talked about new equipment, new computers. Internet, but at the same time, we do a lot of these physical delivering of documents. So if we everything electronic. Review it or the bit more neat to the dog, neatly kissing with honors on that call Argil to Yego shit this. Then other Kodos has sent the quishing base with owners, Nilisto Arger, based on Linigi, and there's another chapter that I'm really trying to push for 4 years ago, 3 years ago, that just has some base of bunny in the go. This the chapter which I hold on MLA had a door neat also. Could chapter which I hold on no cut this sheet. Kunana to a agent, other question none. I go call could I try to offer my assistance? Can I be the mail carrier? Let me see if that could speed up this process. The snow that Nas Coco now leaning what's based on but has a senior center be on Nishiki based on delegate acting the added Austin. Coco, I'm hoping that they accumulated a lot of fundings to add maybe another building to it. What others are based on us, and what other based on us, and then the the interest for the past 4 years. Judge and zone, such a case to quit there. Call quack a gift or shit this. Yellowman, other kodo up fanda stock at Debnahone. And I asked this question at Twin Arrow from certain departments, though, kodo, but I thought la kuche office development hanky asgo, but you hoto nature no baha would see a quite I thought in Nayego. It should be ordinary and then give with each department not had and that's a sign of Yago, because that's all that not in niche to lift the snow that Baha see to Arge. Those are some areas, Kodojo, Lang Beso, in your program, Shanale. I think there needs to be an overhaul of how we need to streamline the process. Kodo, I hate to bother you all the time, but I do appreciate you call in and you allow me to have you call into a chapter meeting or planning meeting, which I do appreciate. But how many times do I need to do that to clarify a lot of these situations or procedures that are happening at Windrush level to the chapter officials, and then even to the coordinators and even to the chapter staff. Sometimes, why is it that I, as a delegate, tends to be the messenger between the ASC or the central office, Division Community Development? Of course, at the addition that those phone Joe, we've been leaving messages, and then they're not returning the calls. And that's when I do step in and ask for a response. Out of the email that you had that I out of the office for so many days and not call that I know it's not personally you, but the system. How can we streamline the process, that knowing that everything that we do on behalf of our community is done as quickly as possible? Equipment, as some chapters receive their equipment, which is okay, but some of them, as you know, within one my chapter, I mean, they're not going to get it probably until November. And then there's a change of a price of those equipment. On a daily basis with that agent. That way, chapter would it be more effective if the chapter, the one that's provided me update of what the Division Community Development had provided them, rather than trying to say that we need your help to get information out of the Division Community Development. Joe Quack, Yikish, Nullet Ashonde, Bananin, other policies, the Kodojo Ebenignish, he hike the policy, then get out on Nitty Bent, show, hey, this will stop you talking about the situation at the chapter, change this policy right here. Quack has your say what ego go a don't I go quack it in this door, lift your the dog, Niki Shin, Dr. Heisen needs on quack. What ego go Koton that the chapter has the Shisazingi, what ego Yego Fatobe, Nahot, Dobe, and that we got out at the end of the day. How effective and how satisfied are our customers, which is the Navajo people. But I don't want to call them customers, but the service delivery to our Navajo people in every situation. So each chapter with that. So how much more if I'm still waiting for project funding from the past 4 years, I mean, how much more longer will these new funding that are being allocated to that they'll be waiting? Akoko ndate ndan hit nisle khalet ala do allan khabenan nadan khabenan nishta ni doshit nisle dan hit nisle satte kodobesh bans anni kliniki akoko do et o khalla ndachi da enishiki et da betohne do the shnida. And I always say that, okay, Lord, let me see what I can do to resolve this particular issue or the shni. Ako ebe ben nashuku kashikoto sesezido khit aleti yadan liniki akwagin hanani no kediki. How effectively will it be? Will it improve the service delivering to our Navajo people? Akwagit jebe sezizige. Akoko dikat obe be kit nani kato o be lana si klio o on la nana khitik adam dam asahna te zid aj budget abjana da khwel jis ben yes na to sna on na de to ni ligi da khas to tida. So everyone has to go joti. That's why I'm trying to I guess probably to be frank with everyone, that delay a lot of these budget approval just because that I need some assurance from the programs that we need to do a lot of these changes within this central government that needs to be done and reinforce it at the chapter level and the agency level. The yard and dinigi dot resource and dinigi that's where it's needed. The sheet need comparison. How much money do you guys have in central area? How much money? Compare those to the agency level. Compare that to each of the chapter. Sisi kesto and yashi kwake. Ben Nashiko Lahit Adi Kodoch at the Nissan so additional chairman. That's some of the key areas that I'm really I want to express Nzagola on the Ketaljin that's a big asha then I should talk kitchen the Alabi get the dot Kisto Alabaha or Ziki Kodo. I want to be on record to Schnitle. Ko Jashin do it out of a hot or stand the O Kodo Bahasi, Lat Joyce not answer Dika Bahasi, the staff which I have seen his baseball's unbe which I have seen his baseball's underneath up, baby Hanas Lat Sanda at least the show is not answer a cola a code to other Bayashki to Ninigi Ilahit Ila Ajo and Habayashki or Etrot Ninigi that a deed. Ko ebe ben machiko kodo art is a sad linigi bahas sit chairman with ashin kodo send honashla. I do have some follow-up question.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Dr. Yellowman.
Thank you, Chair. Ado Nana Yat, Delegate Kialan Begay, thank you. We did look for the August 5th memo, and we asked for Shami to resend that August 5th memo to us, and you were discussing and had questions and comments regarding the transfer of funding for AIF. And we continue to seek updates on those amendments that are happening. And the overall question is, can the chapters take on some of these pain of officials? And I think there were several calls when the former controller gave her recommendations. It was on a leadership call to RDC. And DCD also provided some recommendations regarding how that transfer of funds could happen or would happen. We can re-forward those recommendations again. We do have staff here, and we can again send those recommendations again for AIF or the transfer of funds. Also, you mentioned the maintenance person. There's possible 2 routes to go. We could reestablish a maintenance person at the chapter level, which would require amendments to the plan of operation. We did have a leadership session, 2-day work session with RDC. We did share those concerns on our plan of operation. The other is to make amendments to the PEP program. We do have Mr. Rod Begay on the line, and he has drafted up some of the language for the PEP programming. I have shared with RDC that the PEP program can advance or make amendments to adhere to the duration of ARPA, because not only do these maintenance persons, not only are maintenance persons required or needed at the chapter level, so are individuals to assist with house wiring assessments, bathroom addition assessments, and continued assistance on minor home improvement areas. Those are the areas that seem to be needed or desired through the PEP program. So we need those positions, or we need those positions to be amended. So there's two routes. One is through the plan of operation to look at the cost for maintenance person, or the other is to make recommendations on the PEP programs to enhance the workforce at the local chapter level, which that has already begun. And we do have Mr. Begay on the line who can add more to that if necessary. On my notes, you went to the CSC salaries. Again, we did propose that. And let me just backtrack a little bit. Last year during COVID, all of the ASC chapter staff, to the exception when a chapter was compromised or there were positive cases within the chapters, that was when the chapters were closed. Other than that, we had CSCs and chapter staff working. So not only do we view them as frontline workers, they did provide frontline coverage all of last year. They also are the first line of service to the Navajo people. And it is our position through DCD and ASC that the chapter staff provide better or increased customer service, provide compassionate services to the elders and to all those that come into the chapters. You mentioned training. Some of these staff and many of this staff are well trained, but because of the conflicts that arise, cause, or create turnover, that's how we lose good staff. We can lose good, well-trained staff to poor management, and that happens sometimes too as well. That's why we proposed in our plan of operation to our two-day leadership meeting to RDC to provide the local direct supervision training. When the elected chapter officials come on board, just this year, we have new chapter officials. They would have to opt for the supervision training to be local direct supervisors. If they do not opt for that, we proposed in our plan of operation that ASC would provide additional trainings and or move forward on being the supervisors for those local CSCs and AMS. But nonetheless, the task and the responsibility and work description is quite a bit that falls on the local chapter staff. Not to mention some of the recent legislations that have come to DCD are not funded. We managed a little over, or we were appropriated last year, a little over 170 million in CARES Act funds with no administrative costs. And a lot of those responsibilities to assist at the chapter level fall on those CSCs, AMS, SPPS, and CPMD staff. The same thing is happening right now. We have not been awarded or appropriated any funds for ARPA, but yet we're packaging housing, and bathroom addition, and utilizing our staff and chapter staff for additional tasks. So that's just an example of some of these appropriations adding to our regular daily operation workload. And so DCD takes on quite a bit. We seem to be in a good way a part of quite a few legislations that benefit the Navajo people and the Navajo chapters, but often we do not receive administrative costs to manage those legislations. So that's just something to note when we move forward with other legislations. Also in my notes here, citizen. Oh, let me go back to CSCs. We do ASC with the leadership of Ms. Jim Martin and many of the department managers here. For the last 3 years, we have been performing those annual job performance measures and have done those annual job performances. Those were not always the case prior. Some other leadership, DCD leadership went dormant, but ASC now has been providing those annual performances and have also made those recommendations at our leadership meeting for the plan of operation to address and acknowledge the pay scale. And that's really important because we need the pay scales to be competitive, and we need to be attracting and recruiting quality staff and paying them at a livable wage here on the Navajo Nation. We do have quite a few educated Navajo people, and not just educated, but well experienced Navajo people who want to work for the Navajo Nation, but because we have such low non-competitive wages, we do lose the opportunity of hiring a lot of those people. So again, we have recommendations to those pay scales. Just a friendly reminder on number 6, the citizen. We are completing that grant agreement. And I think that update was provided to you for Noslini Senior Center, and I believe I was with you last Wednesday when we discussed that as well. So we're thankful for that and look forward to this transition. There was a little bit of a transition of moving all of some of these types of grant agreements for our citizen projects, but we're very thankful that we work closely with DOJ. We have a good working relationship with DOJ, and DOJ has worked very well with DCD to complete all of these grant agreements that we have been needing to address, not only for Noslini, but for other chapters as well. And then I also have Mr. Delguy here. Mr. Delguy can speak a little bit more into detail about the CPMD, the power line. We have been making recommendations, both we've had discussions, I've had discussions with the Speaker's office, as well as the Office of the Controller, former Controller, to have individual members from DCD placed at OOC to help expedite these payments. That's where we lose a lot of our vendors and our trust to non-payment or the pace of issuing out these payments. But fortunately, we have a new working relationship with the Office of the Controller, but it would still be beneficial because I can't say how other divisions issue out contracts or vendors pay their vendors, but I feel that DCD has a high number of vendors that we need to be paying. So it would make sense that DCD have somebody to assist OOC on paying these, so we have a direct contact over there. So anyway, we just continue to make some recommendations on that. The last one is ARPA. We did share last week with leadership that under 110-21, there is the start of the ARPA office as well as the concepts of the one-stop shop. The one-stop shop has been introduced and shared to members of RDC on several occasions. That is incorporated into 110-21. The goal or the hope is that that would be completely integrated into the Navajo Nation government system as a possible model or department after ARPA. There are components of that bring all entities or all elements of OOC, OMB, DOJ, Division of Natural Resources, the Fish and Wildlife, Historic Preservation, and those entities that provide the clearances, all at one location to expedite what we usually see as a process is the 164, and to move those documents through and integrating technology into that process. So I'm hopeful that through ARPA, we can make some permanent changes to the government as to how we deal with our current system. And our current system, the 164 is a challenge. It's also a challenge with our state partners. They acknowledged, I don't know that they fully understand, but they do acknowledge that it is a hindrance as to how we receive and move packages through. I think I have 7 or 8 there areas that Delegate Kealan-Begay mentioned. We also have some numbers of the cost it would cost DCD if we were to propose operator certification for HEO at certain step grades or pay grades, all the way up to senior pay grades. That's information that we can propose to DCD and share formally. But I believe, Chair, I covered the majority of the questions and concerns. Thank you, Chair Nez.
Thank you, Dr. Delman. Mr. Delguy, would you like to also respond, sir? Mr. Delguy?
Chair, honorable members of RDC, Yate. This is Patrick Delguy, Department Manager for Community Housing Infrastructure Department. Briefly, I'll cover some of the concerns that was asked on subrecipient agreements. That there has still been a continued, I guess, collaboration with several departments, one department, Department of Justice, and also NTUA in finalizing a subrecipient agreement. It's in its finalization stage right now. We're looking at possibly by the end of this month to hopefully finalize the subrecipient agreement. Currently we have 2 projects in the subrecipient agreement, which is the older previous template that we've used before. And so to Delegate Key Allen's concerning questions on those, we continue to request for updates continue to push those contracts through, and also with other concerns regarding procurement. As to get a lot of these orders through the process and getting purchase orders, also getting service contracts paid out in a timely manner. And so with that, some recommendations, we like to, see some of these recommendations implemented. So our Office of the Controller can possibly speed up the processes, getting as far as these payments issued out for some of these vendors that have outstanding invoices. So we all know here now that it's toward the end of our fiscal year and close of our budgets, and we'd like to take care of these several contracts, invoices to be paid out as quickly as possible. So, Chair, Ricky, Mr. Nez, that's all I have. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Dolgai. Honorable members of RDC. Honorable Freeland, go ahead, sir.
Chairman, thank you. Colleagues, staff and Division Community Development Management Team, thank you. Dr. Yellowman, thank you for your presentation. This afternoon, I'm over here in Standing Rock. We just had a visitor come through, Bear Son, and he's headed towards Crown Point now, so I got to head back to Crown Point. And we're going to have an event this evening at NTU. So everyone's all invited to come out this evening, Shanta, if you want to come to Crown Point. But in regards to the budget, and regards to the division's budget, I always believe, and I always continue to believe that DCD is probably the most important division that we have in executive branch. NDOT might have something to say about that, but I always think that because of what DCD, who they work with, their clientele, it's the 110 chapters, and it's sometimes it's not an easy task, understandably. And really, I think all of us as a committee, we're very thankful for you all for working during the pandemic and what you displayed and your hard work and fortitude and everything that went into the work that we had to do, and the nation was shut down as a whole during the pandemic, but yet DCD and other essential divisions were still out there working, CXRs, Daltex, among others. But I think as a committee, we want to say thank you to the team, to the management, to the staff, to our administrative staff at the chapters for keeping our chapters open and helping during the pandemic. ASC was there, and everyone, DCD, within DCD was a part of this. And I say this wholeheartedly because we saw it. We witnessed what dedication and what the team displayed during that time. It was such a hard time, and I as a delegate I witnessed what I witnessed, and I'm very visual. What I witnessed was that there was our own staff out there risking themselves and risking their health to help our people, and I think we just want to say thank you for that, because I hope, and I said this morning at White Rock, I hope we never have to go through this ever again in our lifetime. And it's so hard. It took so many of our people, and it took so many good people away from us. And we'll continue to pray for everyone, for their safety and for the well-being, that we continue to battle this COVID. So we just want to say thank you on that end. In regards to your budget, compared to last year or the year before, how has your budget changed? Has it changed significantly? Is it at the same amount? Is it being recommended the same amount? I guess I say this because, during this time, we usually tend to start running out of money for certain line items, whether that be PEP, stipends, scholarships, just to name a few. And I bring this up because some of my chapters are already asking, these reoccurring funds sometimes they run low. Emergency funds, the other one. So how has the budget been forecast? Is it the same budget from last year? Is it the same budget from the previous year? Or is it a completely different new budget? So that's my question, Chairman, along with my comment. So thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Dr. Yellowman.
Hello, Yate. This is James.
Chair Nez. Thank you, Delegate Freeland. I do have some staff that would like to respond to your comments. That's Mr. Adakai and Ms. Jim Martin. And then to Delegate Freeland's question on how has the budget changed? Mr. Lydell Davis will speak to a little bit of the details regarding our proposed need this year. So Mr. Adakai, Chair Nez, if I could turn the time over to Mr. Adakai and Ms. Jim Martin.
Okay, Mr. Adakai.
Hello, Yare. Shananta. Chair Ricky Nez, honorable members of the RDC. Shananta, Yare. This is James Adakai. Not only Hutching Schnobit on the Washington, Toricini, Bishop, Kubara, Shanaldo, Yat Ehtolis, Evek Ego, Shinanta, Bishmas, and Hadan Senido and Handa here. For Capital Projects Management Department under Division of Community Development, the budget is relatively the same. However, we're adding one position, project manager's position. Comparing to what we originally proposed, we're under about 40,000. So, but we probably will be able to manage. I think one of the important aspect is we're trying to cover to place project managers across the Navajo Nation. We have basically no one station over in Western Agency, Tuba City area. Because we have staff who travels from here early in the morning just to do a one-day trip all the way to Copper Mine, Cameron, Tuba City area. We do have sub-office over in Shubrock, Crown Point, and Chinle. That's what I would like to report. Yeah.
Thank you. Dr. Yeoman, who else would like to respond?
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Jim Martin, then Mr. Lydell Davis.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Jim Martin.
Yat Edo Nana Shananta, honorable members of the RDC committee. This is Sanlatsa Jim Martin, and thank you, Delegate Freeland, for your recognition. I've been the department manager for close to 2 years now with ASC, and I will tell you that it is very rare to get a thank you for our staff within the division and within ASC. And they do so much work out there. It really goes a long way to hear them being appreciated for the work they do at ASC and at the chapter level. So yeah, for that. I also want to share that for the budget, to answer your question, Lydell will elaborate further on that. But to your question on how has the budget been forecast, right now we are working with more or less a status quo budget. It has not changed very much from last year. And Mr. Davis can explain a little bit more regarding that, but we have not changed very much from our previous budget. Thank you.
Mr. Davis?
Good afternoon. So like Mr. Martin said, our budget has pretty much been the same. This year we are facing a shortfall in the chapter stipends in the amount of $519,427. We did submit the unmet need budget forms for that allocation shortfall. Thank you.
Honorable members of RDC, do you have any other comments or questions?
Chairman, I do.
Go ahead.
Question. Yeah, the chairman, vice chair, those staff, Dr. Yeoman, and your staff as well this afternoon for this time to go over the budget. Okay, you did answer my question the first time with the employees to revisit those. Okay, the second part of those, with the heavy equipment operators, looking at their budgets and when the staff are being asked questions at the chapter level, there's always one question that comes up is why do we have a CDL? Why are we requiring CDL? They're not working on the highways, they're on dirt roads. And the response to them is that, it is just the fact that they are operating heavy equipment. But looking at the CDL too, there's 3 types of CDL. So if we're going to require CDL, are we going to pay at that rate? That's what we're being told too. Are we going to pay at that rate at a regular for a CDL person to get those funds or to get that position? Not the funds, but the position. And then the other question goes back to what you stated earlier with the employee evaluations for the chapters, the chapter coordinators, chapter managers, AMSs. That has come up as well. Even when I was chapter president, though they were not even done. Do we have those ready now within the 3 years that you have been there and the 3 years that the ASCs have been there? That would be another question that I have. And then as far as possible favoritism goes with the possibilities of the ASCs and the chapters. These are the questions that I'm being asked at a chapter level. Is there are some ASCs out there that are overseeing their home chapters, and then they see a discrepancy in those areas, and these are from chapters that are just out on the reservation. They're not Y4 chapters, but they're concerns from the other individuals out there that are contacting me. Those are questions that I have for that, and those are the only ones I have right now. How are we going to address those with this coming year, and then
of the CDLs on the heavy equipment, and then with the possibilities of going in with a permanent position, can we pay at that rate as well with those? Those are the questions I have right now. Thank you, Janara Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart. Dr. Yellowman or Ms. Jim Martin?
Thank you, Chair Nez. Adonana Yate, Delegate Stewart. I'll turn the time over to Ms. Jim Martin to share a little bit more on the performance evaluations and the CSC regarding the personnel policies. We have been working with NDOT. DCD and the heavy equipment team has been working with NDOT to produce the policies and procedures. And your same concerns have also been brought up to DCD and trying to address how to maximize and develop those proper positions that allow for the heavy equipment operator. But the CDL also is needed to move and transport some of these items. Some chapters received large, heavy diesel trucks, flatbeds, and gooseneck types of trailers. They do need a level of CDL training and safety training. So it's not just one chapter, it's all the 110 chapters as to how we're going to staff and maintain those types of positions based on all of the different types of equipment they received. They received all the way from skid steers to motor graders to backhoes, various types of heavy equipment, and then some already had pre-existing, and then they shared their heavy equipment operators. So we're trying to find a program or the proper language and the cost amount that will fit all 110 chapters. So it can't just apply to one or two chapters. We really have to have a universal type of heavy equipment program. This is also a large fleet that has been added to the nation. I'm not sure that this type of fleet have been added to the nation before, but we're looking at over 300, just around 300 pieces of heavy equipment that have been added to the nation in the last 7 months. March, April, May, June, in the last 4 months, and then producing the heavy equipment policies and procedures, and now addressing the cost for maintenance and operations. So we're still adding to the legislation, and this legislation, we are trying to close it out, but now the chapters will resume responsibility, and we want to make sure that they have the capacity and the resources to do so. So we continue to resolve this and complete this soon, because the chapters really are needing to move forward with the use of their heavy equipment. So Chair, that's my response for the heavy equipment, the CDL and the certification and the salaries. And then the next, I'll turn over to Ms. Jim Martin for performance evaluations and CSC. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Martin?
Yeah, Nana Shananta, thank you, Delegate Stewart, for your question, and I do understand what you're speaking to. We do have improvements made around our performance evaluation system. Even our chapters right now have access to templates that they can utilize for their annual employee performance appraisals, and we are working with the direct local supervisors to help train them and explain to them the importance of using those tools. I do know that there's always going to be a chance of those discrepancies regarding some supervisors or individuals that might have undue influence. That's always the case with any type of performance evaluation. One of the things that we're doing at ASC at my level through the amendments of our plan of operation is creating a standard operations plan so that all of our ASC staff are proceeding with the evaluation process in a standardized format. It'll help us as well to reassign our ASC staff to targeted areas that work directly with your districts and the chapter staff. That will really also help our ASC staff have some assigned chapters that will be more responsive to addressing a performance as well as working with chapter leadership and direct local supervisors. This type of setup is going to help us at least eliminate some of the practices that have gone on in the past that were not objective, and also set up a better HR process for our employees. So we are looking forward to amending the ASC plan of operation, which will help us do that and also help us get the supervisors trained. That's really critical when we're talking about objectivity and being ethical in our approach. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Freeland.
Chairman, thank you. Colleagues, Resource Development Committee members, and Division Community Development staff, and our staff, and everyone on this call. I guess in regards to CPMD, understandably, there's a real need for more project managers. And how can we look at bringing on more project managers? If it's going to be through ARPA, I guess what kind of plan do we have in place? Is it going to be through ARPA, or is it something that we need to have that's going to be reoccurring? Do we need to plan on having or adding more project managers on a full-time basis? I guess I'm trying to think of that from that perspective. How can we help CPMD bring more project managers to the table and get them on? That way we can have a lot of our projects, especially when it comes ARPA time. You know, division's going to be real bombarded with ARPA projects, and then they have citizen projects, and then they have New Mexico projects. There's going to be projects galore that they're going to be having to deal with. How can we help the division as a committee or even as a council address this matter? So I guess that's a real big question. And how do we deal with this? Is it going to be something temporary, or is it going to be something that we need to do on a long-term basis? So Edia, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Dr. Yellowman.
Thank you, Chair Nez. Thank you, Delegate Freeland, for your questions and comments. Just several sections, I guess. One is the project management that we have in CPMD. We've shared before that we have a ratio of under 20 project managers, and they're carrying a load of 30 projects that they're managing. And the increase of projects came between 2017 and 2018 with citizen projects. And then we've had very fortunate to the New Mexico chapters. Each year after that, quite a few projects came in 2019, 2020, and then so forth. So we have a big increase in projects all at CPMD. We do advocate and want the certified chapters to be a part of taking on their projects as well. And then we work closely with Utah But no, they also have projects that they manage with the state of Utah, the Utah Navajo chapters as well. So we do have our project managers here at CPMD that are pretty stretched thin. Not only that, it's not just the amount of projects they have, it's the process in which each project manager has to go through just to manage one project. And the way that that is designed. We have shared through our work session with RDC last month some new concepts that we want to introduce into our plan of operation, which would either omit or omit or shave off some of the time that is required to the project management process. Right now, we have internal types of project managers, but we would need to focus on different types of specialized project management. We would need to specialize in construction or residential. We also, as Mr. Adikai mentioned earlier, need project managers in certain geographic areas. We have project managers that get on the road and spend 3, 4, 5 hours driving to one side of the reservation to another and cover several hundreds of miles. So not only is it just about project management, but the process in which they encounter to do so. Some of our project managers this year, is this 2021, saw the change in chapter officials. And because of that, we had some projects, I don't want to say stall, but were recommended for project changes. And our project managers have to revise those and make modifications. The other thing that DCD has recently created or established is an on-call system. We were borrowing the concept from NDOT. NDOT has an on-call system. They use an IDIQ type of on-call, and they use that to complete a lot of their larger construction projects over at NDOT. We created one specifically just for DCD, CPMD, and CHID projects for A&E services. It was important for us to expand on our A&E services rather than encountering some of the more time-consuming types of processes that we get hung up on. It takes a lot of time just to do advertisement for bids. It takes a lot of time to do bids and then the opening. So all of these processes in place are very time-consuming. Not only that, our project managers do take their share of they take their share of getting verbally disgruntled customers or chapters. And it's hard to keep staff here when they encounter negative or hostile environments. And we really do owe a lot to our project managers. They are carrying a heavy load, and they continue to do so. And it's difficult when they do go to a chapter, or they go to, and let me be clear too, there's a difference between a chapter that's already involved in some type of conflict or disharmony. That's hard on our staff. But there's also chapters that are doing really well out there. And those chapters have good communication. They're working with their council delegate, or they're advancing their projects. They make recommendations to DCD. There's characteristics and trends as to how those projects are moving forward. But we do have chapters that are struggling with conflict and disharmony. and that our staff feel, and it can hinder the progress of projects. And so not only is it project management, it's not isolated, it's heavily involved with the type of management that happens at the chapter level. And if you have chapter officials not talking to one another or not assisting each other, and you have our project managers going between one chapter official to another chapter official, that's very time consuming, and it's very strainful on the process of project management. And then when you have a chapter official or a community leader that wants to do a project change or modification, it really slows the whole process down on some of these time-sensitive allocations that we're dealing with, either the state and now federal with ARPA funds. So it's more than just project management. It's all the way from concept to construction. And sometimes the conversation gets stalled just at concept. And having to have a decision made at the chapter level on reducing their scope of work or making it amendable to just the budget can be difficult, becomes a difficult conversation. So I have a lot of credit or have a lot of, I owe a lot to our project managers. They carry a lot of responsibility, and they have a lot of pressure on them now with last year, CARES Act, ARPA, and Citizen. So anyway, appreciate the opportunity just to share that. Mr. Atakai here can share a little bit more in detail some of the project management recommendations that we proposed to RDC during our 2-day work session and the type of changes that are required to help complete project management. Oh, I'm sorry, help complete project completion. That's the end goal. The other thing I want to share, Chair Nez and Delegate Freeland, is there have been several work groups working since the arrival of ARPA. Those work groups include the regulatory work group for ARPA, the support management group for ARPA, and then the infrastructure delivery group. I'm part of that infrastructure delivery group. We shared last week to leadership some of the proposed concepts that's going to be needed to look at just ARPA and the completion of those projects for the next 3 years, plus the added 2 years in completion of ARPA. And right now, our capacity for A&E services is larger than our construction capacity for the number of projects being proposed. About 2 months ago, we shared with leadership that there were over 10,000 projects just on the Navajo ICIP, New Mexico ICIP, and projects listed by all other divisions, with close to a $20 billion cost estimate. And even if we were to downsize that and provide a year 1 ARPA, year 2 ARPA, year 3, we would still be looking at a significant amount of projects and project management. So the infrastructure delivery work group for ARPA is making recommendations, and we do have some timelines to meet under 11021 to propose to leadership. Some of those recommendations involve procurement. They involve bonding and insurance and liability recommendations. And then in that legislation also is recommendations on the reviews for the 164. So we look forward to all of those types of changes, adapting for ARPA, and then ultimately those recommendations being integrated into changing what the nation's processes that it has in place right now. We get hung up on the 164, And then, of course, we have a lot of challenges on our procurement that we've made. DCD, we made recommendations to both NABI and to RDC on the procurement side of things. So I'll go ahead and Chair, if it's okay, turn the time over to Mr. Adakai, who can share a little bit more detail on the project management side. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Adakai. Go ahead. This is James Adakai with Capital Projects Management Department. The department is responsible for procuring and also processing contracts and administering construction management services for the Navajo Nation. We do have projects, as mentioned, for 110 chapters. We have CIHSN, New Mexico, federal funded projects, and also we have Utah projects. Overall, we have close to 300 projects. We also proposed a special recommendation to increase project managers, 10 more project managers to geographically cover chapters across the Navajo Nation. We do propose that we need project managers that could do work out in the field, that could be stationed in western, northern, and also Shiprock and Crown Point area, even in Delcon area. It is good with New Mexico chapters that they give the state provide funding for projects, but we need to leverage, with staffing in order to carry out the workload. The Kuigushia has already during CARES Act project process, we're able to do the infrastructure projects, and also we did transitional water points through federal IHS CARES money, ARO, ARPA projects, ARO. We also assist downstairs here at the building Department of Health with their senior citizen projects. They are the primary the sponsor of New Mexico projects, but we come in as a lead agent to provide technical assistance. Also, we have special projects. We assist other divisions with their building projects. Some are at planning and design stages, and also doing construction. And also we have a special staff that are on those assignments, special assignments, heavy equipment, processing, payments on it. Also, we have another staff out in the field with the delivery services of heavy equipment and vehicles. And also, we do what we can to provide chapters with CLUPSI, Community Land Use Plan, just recertified. We have some challenges also with some timelines over in New Mexico. Some of the things that we proposed regarding the IGAs, they have a 12, actually 6-month, 5% expenditure because of pandemic and other variables.
few projects, it's been very challenging trying to meet those milestones. And also because of the shortfalls, the costs had increased on these projects. So the policies from the state, and also related to the rights of way, issues related to rights of way also with BIA, that we recommend some changes, especially in checkerboard communities over in New Mexico, like allotted lands and also field lands where they don't require categorical exclusion of the environmental assessment within 1 mile radius. There are families out there requesting for assistance. Some are in clustered homes. Also on the trust land, they allow 1 mile. The same process, but there are families also living more than 1 mile. We are requesting through the leadership, that BIA should relax some of those policies in order to reach those families, to serve a larger number of families. Although we've been working on the, as mentioned by Dr. Yellowman, the IDIQ, which is on-call services for the architect and project management services. So it'll be to assist with the ARPA projects and also to actually, do some projects, the regular projects that we have here at the office. Peso Deni Kedigi it asati. We mentioned 1.8 million, but actually it's 1. Support staff as well. So probably a special requests.
Thank you, Mr. Adekai. Honorable members of RDC, any other comments or questions? Naidos Kiddish. Chairman. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Chairman and committee members. Legislative staff, Speaker's Office, and Legislative Council. Presenters for today, Division of Community Development, Dr. Yellowman, yourself and your team staff there giving the presentation, the budget information for next fiscal year. I think then the budget documents that also that you had sent to Resource Development Committee members. Preparing the budget documents, all relevant material to the budget. I know it takes quite a bit of time. Well, thank you for putting that time into that document. Resource Development Committee as the oversight. The council she president so we all have our work cut out for us here with this budget sessions. Okay, the question about that is the chance that nita bahas the that's the some of those questions are the questions I had in mind also, but it's all good. Okay, not on. Today case she been now what a cohort or by Shayla Hitlanch. Okay, did next year's budget, we'll have the opportunity to get a presentation on next year's budget when that time comes in 2022. 12 months from now. So just looking down the road, in that way, looking down the road, there are some things that I'd like to just put out here today, saying that reasonable expectations, some of the needs and issues that are expressed here, and then some of the ideas, some of the recommended solutions for some of the situation or needs in our local communities. Some of those matters that we are discussing here should be addressed, or there should be in process or in progress as far as being addressed. Heavy equipment, and I do have to say that council legislators need appropriators need this heavy equipment legislation is needed and was requested by our chapters. And we did not mandate the funding that's necessary to make an implementation. To implement a roads and transportation maintenance effort, or even a program at the local level, transportation and roads maintenance. So therefore, it's like an unfunded mandate, just getting the equipment by itself, the things that's required to operate and to maintain and service those kinds of equipment, funding, and here it's needed. Plan and then a budget to address the needs that's there. Operation, the maintenance and the servicing of this these equipment items that chapters now have. So I would look to the DCD to provide some of that support to do that. I would look to INDOT as well. Appropriators need clinical. And what our vessel that the operator, the insurance that the maintenance costs, servicing costs, it up without so that they need even the next year it quite in a so it the last year this past year it did the operation of heavy equipment they ban so that he did need all this. I guess this is the one of the takeaways for me from this afternoon's discussion here, alongside with the next year's operating budget for DCD. But DD banda seat indicates it's a substantial, significant discussion that went into heavy equipment. But what edo the figure what eda. Not a name being hashing Johnson Nickel Shanand although this past year going through a pandemic, serious and very dangerous pandemic. Yego perhaps the digi a beat ni change better husband Nickel. But adult ati be just the way, just looking back at the way our communities responded, some of the local programs, senior center, the water resource department, on the local level, initially, everyone had a role, had a hand. Everyone assisted as they could. Although chapter staff, senior centers, and that as so not on it up that they were able to respond to situations where our communities were just in huge need of mobilizing supplies and water and communications, so medical supplies. But just thinking back about that, not Abans, not case. But there's obviously a need for an emergency response component at local chapters. If not local chapters, on a regional level. But although back to the transportation department or roads department that I'm beginning to see being developed, being installed because chapters now have heavy equipment. Regionalized sort of a department for the nation. The emergency component Shinigito the club C organizations at local chapters in Chinaf Huadlo emergency Johnson. So next year, pandemic, tail end of the pandemic. So those are my comments. Recently, two of my chapters had gone through another emergency, which had to do with the overflow of the Little Colorado River. So there had to be a incident command post at two chapters. One chapter, 4 days back to back, at least 10 hours, 12 hours a day. And it was good to see that that kind of response, either with help of local healthcare providers, so our the nation's CHRs that hegi. Ado the the Health Command Operations Center ito idanza dito nika natjako. Ado county that such sa kwa ikanda lo ko kwitishinan shilia. But still fresh on my mind how an emergency requires that. DJ, what the Honorable Vice Chair Walker? Yeah. You hear me? Honorable Vice Chair Walker?
Chairman, I believe Vice Chair's call got dropped. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Chairman Naz?
I can hear.
I can hear you.
Okay, I think both of their calls got dropped.
Ms. Begay, are you okay?
Chair, yes, we are on the call still. I believe yours and Vice Chair's call got dropped at the same time. We can
Okay.
hear you.
Go ahead. Chairman. Vice Chair Walker, go ahead. Yes, I'm back on the call. I lost my train of thought. I could end the emergency response component. I guess my last thought is that the road transportation road component at the local chapter or regional. Those are my comments here. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Then honorable members of RDC, any other comments or questions? If not, we can come to a close here. We do have revisits tomorrow, and we would ask Woman to prepare her documents. I understand that there might be an amendment to Exhibit A. So make sure we have all these documents prepared for tomorrow and then also Monday's RDC meeting. Dr. Yeoman?
Okay, thank you, Chair. And yes, the amendments to Exhibit A have been submitted to Ms. Shami from DCD, and we'll prepare for any other documents, but it was just the amendments to Exhibit A that has been shared. And that will be all, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yellowman. Honorable members of RDC, any other comments or questions?
Mr.
Tomorrow,
Chair,
we'll be back
this
at.
is Mariana Khan. I have a question.
Ms. Khan, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At the beginning of this presentation, I heard language about an amendment to the unmet needs exhibit E with regard to chapters. I don't know if I heard that correctly or if the current exhibit E is the correct, is the exhibit E that will be used in the legislation, or if Dr. Yellowman anticipates changes to exhibit E. I might have misheard, but I just want to leave with clarity. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Dr. Yellowman?
Thank you, Ms. Khan. The only amendment that we recommended or we shared for the record was that there was an amendment made on Exhibit A for the CHID Community Housing and Infrastructure line item. We submitted one document and then we updated it while these folders were being processed. That's the only amendment for Exhibit A. Exhibit E is an unmet need. There's no change there, but we do have an unmet need at the amount of $519,427 for chapter stipend. So Chair, that exhibit is correct. And there's Exhibit E, and there's no changes or amendments to Exhibit E. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yellowman. Ms. Khan, are you okay with that?
Yes, I have a copy of the corrected Exhibit A with regard to the Community Housing and Infrastructure Department with an increase, the total going from 22,600,214 to, let's see, it went up, I had the numbers here. I've got the wrong one in my hand. Okay, I see it now. It went to 22,636,264, and that would be on the new Exhibit A. Is that correct, Dr. Yellowman?
That's correct. Exhibit A, the previous one, was 22,600,214. The amended or the new Amendment 1, Exhibit A, is what you read, 22,636,264.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure I have the correct Exhibit A. Thank you very much, Dr. Yellowman. Mr. Chair, that will be.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Khan.
Chairman, this is Shammy.
Ms. Bedet?
Mariana, the Exhibit A does not change. The page that they're referring to as Exhibit A does not change the numbers on the budget exhibits. It's just a switch out in CHID's budget. So we just want to make sure that the exhibits A through E are correct.
Ms. Khan, did you get that?
Mr. Chair, I think I got it, but I'm going to double check my the exhibits that I have received, and if there's any question that needs clarification, I will communicate with Dr. Yellowman and Ms. Shami Begay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Khan. Also, Dr. Yellowman, let's be sure that all the documents, the correct documents are in place before the legislation is approved. Dr. Yellowman. Honorable Kealan Begay.
Chairman, although Banati Segi, Nidia Acadia Hadzi, element, the unmet needs, Nindiki. I'm not sure why the full chapter stipends are not included. I mean, we know that, I mean, that's part of the budget. So why is there stipends being considered as unmet need? I mean, I think I would request that this budget is remodified to make sure that the full 12 months of the chapter stipend is in there. Our request is straight on this, Chairman. Although if not, maybe an amendment from a funding request from UUFB. So unfortunately, we'll probably have to do that sometimes next year once this budget is approved. Making sure that the full 12 months is in place within this budget. Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Dr. Yolma.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I'll try to explain this, and then if I have any challenges, I'll have Mr. Lydell Davis kind of clean it up for me. In 2020, we were allocated funds from the general fund allocation. We were allocated 13,153,000,000. But we had already a shortfall. We had a shortfall of 400,000.
2020.
Which one was it? Oh, we had I'm sorry. We had a shortfall of 1,079,000. That was 2020. And then we also had the continuing resolution, and there was a utilization of the personnel lapse fund. If you recall, that was vetoed. And then we added more chapter meetings. And then the allocation added was around 700,000. So last year we already had a shortfall. And then this year, when we were given the same amount for our annual allocation, we're encountering the same shortfall, even though we have the same allocated amount. So what we're short for FY22 is 519,427,000. I don't know if I'm missing anything. Okay, so that's what we prepared documents for UUFB. The other thing I want to just bring to light here, because this really revealed something that causes us to look at how we were arriving to the chapter stipend and the allocations. So we've had some members from ASC along with Mr. Rod Begay revise how we allocate or how we calculate the chapter stipend. And I don't mean by the number of meetings, but how we arrive to the total amount for all of the allocations at the chapter level. And respectfully speaking, we had a prior employee who worked for DCD who would look at all of the allocations in other fund types and then get to the chapter stipends last, and that was how we allocated the shortfall. So now we're revising how we look at all of the chapter allocations and the calculations for chapter stipend. Again, not the number of meetings and the cost per meetings, but the prior planning for allocations. Those are some of the changes that we need to make at DCD so that we avoid these shortfalls. Thank you, Chair. I hope that makes sense. I have staff here that can help clean that up for me or help me on that. Thank you.
Okay, staff?
Okay, so basically the chapters were allocated this year, $14,953,000 and 59, well, sorry, $14,953,059. And how the chapter allocations have been prepared is they first allocate funds to general funds, chapter personnel, and fringe benefits. And then the remainder of that amount goes to the chapter official stipends. And that is where we find our shortfall. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Gay, do you have a follow-up question?
Chairman, that doesn't really answer my question. Is that why wouldn't other areas within Division Community Development be considered come to being a shortfall other than the chapter official? I think that maybe it's just last year that was the case. Maybe in another area that would be the case and give the funding directly to the chapters right now. If they're really asking people to retire, and then also to make up some of the fundings, permanent trust funds, that peso, budget 40 million, that's part of the overall budget. I believe that some of the areas that should be able to find some funding. So, Chairman, again, that's another position that I'll make that the full chapter stipend is in place within this Division Community Development budget, aside from the others that I've mentioned earlier.
Thank you, Honorable Gay. Dr. Yellowman.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I believe to answer Delegate Kiambigay's concern is the operations, the funds allocated to DCD are different from the funds allocated to the chapters. And what is allocated to DCD is for the division. And then we divide or we appropriate funds within the division. And a separate allocation is allocated for all of the 110 chapters. But we do recommend or we advocate that the chapter stipend be a part of the fixed costs annually before the allocations occur, that it should be part of the fixed costs when the three branches meet. That will remain our recommendation to leadership, and we are prepared and hope to support those decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yellowman. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any other comments or questions?
Chairman Kellen.
Honorable Begay, go ahead.
Chairman, maybe that the Division of Community Development that developed the unmet need, the key rather than being an unmet need, that we're going to be asking for the funding from the UUFB or maybe have the staff, Division of Community Development staff work on that one. Chairman.
Thank you. Dr. Yellowman, would you take care of that request that's requested by Honorable Begay?
Thank you, Chair. It's already in the exhibit. It's after Exhibit E for FY 2022. And it's Form 1, Budget Forms 1 through 3 have already been submitted, sir. And it's in the binder for UUFB.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Begay, do you have any other follow-up questions?
So if that's Chairman, if that is part of the package, maybe then we'll go ahead and have our staff, our legislative council, to prepare for the amendment language to be included in this particular document. Unless there's other way that we need to do it, but I believe that the chapter stipend needs to be included in this particular budget rather than having us wait until next year to look for funding again. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Begay. Dr. Yellowman?
Chairman, this is Shammy. I believe the Exhibit E will already be part of the budget legislation exhibit, and it's identified as the unmet need. So it will just require your advocacy at the NABI and council level to make sure that Exhibit E, the unmet needs, stays intact throughout the whole budget process.
Okay, thank you, Shammy.
Chairman, clarification.
Go ahead, Honorable Begay.
Chairman, if we just consider this as an unmet need document, it'll just be considered as that. My position is that we need to ask for the funding to be embedded into this budget with the request from the UUFB. That's the language and the budget that needs to be ready, Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Begay, for that. Ms. Khan?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I am here.
Hey, we have some amendment language prepared for tomorrow, perhaps on Monday.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I will discuss with Dana Bobroff if there is a place in this legislation for UUFB allocations. And I will get clarification from her, and then we will decide if she's in agreement, then we will decide where in the comprehensive budget legislation that would go. Mr. Chair, I will need to discuss that with Chief Legislative Counsel. And I will start that discussion as soon as we end this meeting and get clarification and where in the budget that would go, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Khan, for that. Honorable members of RDC, any other comments or questions, concerns?
Chair, for clarification, can we ask a question?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I am here with Mr. Robert Jumbo, but just for clarification to Ms. Khan's comments on reaching out to Ms. Barboff, the unmet need would be requesting for a non-reoccurring, but the chapter allocation, the chapter stipends should be for reoccurring fixed cost. We would be advocating for it not to be from the UUFB, but to increase the allocated amount from the annual allocations.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And honorable members of RDC, any other comments or questions?
Chairman Kellen,
Honorable Begay?
the request by Ms. Yellowman, and that's what's included in the package, Nindiki, it'll be much hard to do that at this level right now because based on Nindiki, that although if that is the case, we still will have to at the council session or NABI that we have to take out that amount of money from somewhere. So ben na go to I thought but you keep it ya ben not this year gishin UUFB that been the base of the APSB because that's the main thing that I'm trying to say.
Dr. Yellowman, back to you.
Okay, thank you. Agreed that right now the request is for an unmet need to cover the 519,000 for this coming 2022. But we also have data that Mr. Jumbo has here that shows that over the last since 2012 to 2018, the annual allocation amount to chapter stipends decreased between 2 and 3 million. So that is the number we're saying that needs to be increased as a fixed cost during the annual allocation time period, so that we're not asking for a temporary UUFB fix.
Honorable Begay, are you on the call still?
Chairman, do you hear me?
Go ahead.
Where did I lose you guys?
I believe Dr. Yellowman has made some clarification on these funding request or budget karo chapter official stipend bondate inigi. So Dr. Honorable Begay?
No, I just got back on.
Okay, Dr. Yellowman, could you reiterate your statement, please?
Over here.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and honorable members of RDC. This is Robert Jumbo. Just to restate what Dr. Yellowman stated earlier, I was looking at historical data back in the WIN system that we maintain for the 110 chapters. So from 2012 to 2016, the stipends was fully funded during those fiscal years. So with that being said, it was put as a fixed cost, but unfortunately from fiscal year 2017 to now, we've been having this unmet need. 2017, for example, we had over $2.1 million that had to be supplemental funding for the stipends. And then 2018, we just had over $1 million that had to be a supplemental funding there as well. And then going into 2019, we have over $1.3 million that had to be supplemented for the stipends. And then for this past fiscal year, it was just over $1 million that had to be a supplemental funding, but luckily that was using the executive carryover budget from that time frame. But as you can see, it's since gradually decreasing, but we still, with that fixed cost, unfortunately, what we're seeing is, looks like that personnel, those GWAs that we get for the chapters is slowly eating into that fixed cost the way it's set up right now. So if we can do the chapter official stipend as its own fixed costs, then we don't have to worry about the personnel fund from the chapter side eating into that cost. So just for clarification, thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Begay.
Chairman, as I indicate, that could be done maybe as a legislative concern to us to fix it for the next year process for the budget. But the bottom line is that 2022 budget, there's a shortfall, an unmet need for a chapter stipend. So my position is that we should attach a statement or budget, a funding request from UUSB to meet that unmet need for the chapter stipends. So if we do it here, if not, we can't do it here. We'll prepare it to be done at NABI or the Navajo Nation Council session. So Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. I believe that will be taken care of. Dr. Yellowman, your shop there, your staff, and in collaboration with our legal counsel, make sure that everything is prepared. If we should, which we are, requesting funding for chapter officials from UUSB, and to have everything prepared and ready for Monday morning, Dr. Yellowman.
Okay, Chair, thank you. We'll prepare that and we'll send over to Ms. Khan and Ms. Shami. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions, Nanda? Dr. Yeoman, as we have stated throughout the afternoon here, we would like to have all the documents, the pertinent documents ready for approval on Monday, and also the revisits tomorrow afternoon. Thank you, Dr. Yellowman. And honorable members of RDC, if there's no other comments or questions, we can go ahead and recess until tomorrow. None? Hakushila, it's 4:12. We will go ahead and recess for the day and continue tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Thank you. All be safe.
Chairman, this is Shami. Before you all sign off, just gonna let you know that Division of Natural Resource has not delivered their budget. I've been texting them and asking them all afternoon. I believe Key Allen and Vice.
Ms. Begay?
Yes.
Ms. Begay?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Just letting you know that Division of Natural Resource has not delivered their budget yet. I've been texting them and I sent emails to them asking that it be delivered today. They have not responded. I know that Key Allen and Vice Chair are en route to pick up their budget binders, but they're not here.
Ms. Begay, are you at the office?
Yes, I am.
Is there any way that you could walk over there and tell them that we need those by today?
Okay, I can do that, sir.
Okay, thank you. We'll go ahead and recess and we'll text the group RDC. Thank you.
Okay.